Chapter 1186. The Grand Elder of the Blackwater Lightning clan was an expert at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, this level of cultivation was nothing to Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the residence of the Blackwater Lightning clan. At this moment, someone walked out and bumped into Yi Xian. "It's you?" Jiao Lai looked at Yi Xian in shock. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. How was this possible? One had to know that they had already entrusted the underworld to capture Yi Xian and send him to an expert in the Black Chaotic Corner to search his memories. However, Yi Xian had actually appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. This meant that the underworld had failed. "Stinking brat, you still dare." Before Jiao Lai could finish speaking, his body trembled. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. After this notification, Jiao Lai directly became Yi Xian's slave. "Master, this way please," Jiao Lai said respectfully. Behind Yi Xian, Ling Mutian was completely stunned when he heard this. A second ago, Jiao Lai looked like he was going to eat someone. In the next second, he had become Yi Xian's slave. However, when he thought of how Yi Xian could suddenly summon a little fox and control dozens of people, Ling Mutian calmed down. Back then, even those at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm had been controlled and those at the 7th level had been killed. What more Jiao Lai, who was at the 2nd level? Yi Xian was led by Jiao Lai into the residence of the Blackwater Lightning clan. Before this, Yi Xian had already sensed several auras inside. 1/6th level of the Nether Passage realm, 3/5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and more than 10/4th level of the Nether Passage realm. As for those at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm and below, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to count. "Blackwater Lightning get out here." Yi Xian's roar shook the entire residence. This voice spread to every corner of the residence, and even the people nearby were alarmed. "Who is causing trouble here? Let's go out and take a look. You really don't want to live anymore. You dare to cause trouble in my Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan? You're courting death." A group of Demon Clan experts walked out angrily, but they saw a familiar face. Yi Xian. How could it be him? The group of experts was shocked. They had clearly placed a bounty on Yi Xian's head and didn't care if Yi Xian lived or died. So why was Yi Xian able to appear here now? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent's first elder also heard the commotion and came out. After seeing Yi Xian, he was extremely shocked and angrily shouted, "Bastard, how dare you shout in my place? Do you want to die? How dare you put a bounty on my head in the underworld? Today is the day you die." Yi Xian had a murderous look on his face. He had always sought revenge for the smallest grievance. Since this Blackwater Lightning Serpent wanted to kill him, then it had to be prepared to be annihilated. "You!" The eyes of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Grand Elder flickered. A junior actually dared to threaten to annihilate them. He was truly courting death. But at this moment, Grand Elder. He's at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. A Demon Clan expert closer to Yi Xian said in shock. The moment he said this, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was shocked. How was the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm possible? How many days had it been? How could Yi Xian have broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's first elder couldn't believe it. He hurriedly stepped forward and sensed. Sure enough, he was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. "No, this is impossible." The first elder couldn't believe that Yi Xian had broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm from the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm in just a few days. Was this a freaking reincarnator? "Now, I have the right to annihilate you, right?" Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. At this moment, several figures suddenly rushed over. "Yi Xian, wait." Elder Ling Yao hurriedly rushed over with several people. Yi Xian turned and saw that the person following behind Elder Ling Yao was the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong. "Yi Xian, what do you want?" Ling Xinglong hurriedly asked. After hearing Elder Ling Yao's words, he was extremely shocked and hurriedly rushed over. However, he didn't know about the enmity between Yi Xian and the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. "Oh Lord, you've come at the right time." Yi Xian directly took out a sheepskin scroll from his universe ring, saying, "The underworld previously put a bounty on my head for a total of 20,000 inner devil pills, and the one who issued this mission was the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Thus, I have come today for revenge." "What? The underworld?" Ling Xinglong was shocked. He took the sheepskin scroll and read it. It was indeed correct. He immediately glared at the group of Demon Clan experts, saying, "Jiao Clan, how dare you? Slander, this is definitely slander." A 5th-level Nether Passage Demon Clan expert stood out, saying, "This must have been fabricated by him. How could our Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan harm our fellow clansmen?" The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan had joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall in recent years, and thus could be counted as a part of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Meanwhile, harming fellow clansmen was an extremely huge crime in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If this crime was confirmed, the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan would be finished. "Is that so?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled slightly. The next moment, Jiao Lai beside him said loudly, "Lord Hall Lord, this is true. This was the Grand Elder's idea." Boom. When these words entered everyone's ears, it caused them to tremble. Jiao Lai had actually betrayed the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan? Jiao Yang had already betrayed the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan earlier, saying that Jiao Chong was still alive and clearing Yi Xian of suspicion. Now, even Jiao Lai had betrayed them. What exactly had happened to the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan that had always been united? "Bastard, what did you say?" The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder cursed furiously, preparing to send Jiao Lai flying with a slap. However, at this moment, someone else spoke up. "This is true. I can bear witness to it as well," a muscular man said loudly. "Right, this is true. I can also bear witness to it. The bounty mission was issued by the Grand Elder. Not only that, the Grand Elder has also invited an expert of Black Chaotic Corner to prepare to search Yi Xian's memories." The surrounding people all spoke up. What's going on?" The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder was already rendered speechless. In just the blink of an eye, he had already been found out by over 10 people? No, that's impossible. It was this brat's doing. After pondering for a moment, the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder instantly reacted as he rebuked furiously, "Brat, you controlled them." "That's right, they are all under my control." Yi Xian grinned, revealing a confident smile. "Not just them, there are also these 3. Saying thus, he abruptly swiveled his head, gazing at those 3 5th-level Nether Passage experts of the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Ding, control successful. Ding, control successful. Ding, control successful. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Chapter 1187. I can also testify that it was the Grand Elder who ordered me to go to the underworld to issue this mission. Right, it was the Grand Elder. The 3 of them echoed in agreement. This time, Ling Yao and the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord Ling Xinglong were already shocked to the point of being speechless. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had actually controlled 3 experts of the same level. Wasn't this a little too strong? You? The Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Grand Elder was already speechless. In the entire residence, he was probably the only one left who hadn't been controlled. You controlled them just to slander me? Where's the proof? The Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Grand Elder still refused to admit it. Yi Xian knew that the other party would never admit it, and he didn't want to take out any proof. Still, since he was already here, did he still need proof? I don't have proof. However, I, Yi Xian, am the proof. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he said coldly. In this world where the strong were respected, the fist was the proof. As long as the fist was hard, the person was innocent. This was the unchanging truth. Good proof. The Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Grand Elder was so angry that he pointed at Yi Xian's nose. However, before he could finish, Yi Xian interrupted. "Oh Lord, this Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan wants to kill me. I can't not take revenge. My apologies." As his voice fell, Yi Xian walked out. The Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord was just about to speak when he suddenly recalled Elder Ling Yao's words. Yi Xian was someone who could even kill a 7th-level Nether Passage expert. Why not make use of this chance to weaken the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan? What big words! You're courting death. Seeing that the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord was ignoring him, the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Grand Elder directly shot towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, while he was at the 6th level. As long as Yi Xian was killed, everyone would wake up. Sadly, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. Take one of my moves. If you don't die, it'll be your skill. Yi Xian let out a low roar and suddenly thrust out his left hand. High-grade Nether Passage divine ability, Parting Heaven Sword Finger. Swish. Pooh! This cold light was so fast that it made one's heart palpitate. In an instant, it entered the head of the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan's Great Elder, piercing through his brain. Plop. The corpse of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Great Elder fell halfway, and his aura began to dissipate quickly. A 6th-level Nether Passage realm expert had been killed in one strike. Behind Yi Xian, the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord, Elder Ling Yao, Ling Mutian and the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were already rendered speechless, some even shuddering. Even I wouldn't be able to withstand that move. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, shuddered as he swallowed his saliva. In just a few short days, Yi Xian had grown to a level where he was even stronger than him. Could this Yi Xian be a samsara traveler? The Heavenly Thunder Hall's influence was not small. There were several 6th-level Nether Passage realm experts in the hall, as well as 2 7th-level Nether Passage realm ancestors. Meanwhile, while the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan did not have a 7th-level Nether Passage realm expert, they still had 2 6th-level Nether Passage realm experts. If they were to mature, they would be a rather great threat. Now, however, their threat had directly decreased by half. No, it should be said that they were no threat at all. What was a mere 6th-level Nether Passage realm ancestor of the Yao clan worth? Swish. 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 Now, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed out a few more times, slaying the other 3 5th-level Nether Passage realm experts, weakening the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan's influence once more. Hall Lord, may I ask where the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan is established? Yi Xian walked over, picking up the yin and yang rings of the 4 corpses before turning and asking. You want to exterminate them? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, frowned. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to forget about it. With the addition of the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall's strength had increased by quite a bit. If they were to exterminate this clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall's strength would regress. It's not to the extent of exterminating them. I just want some compensation, Yi Xian shrugged, deciding to let them off. How much? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, let out a sigh of relief, asking. 1,000,000 inner devil pills. Yi Xian directly said. As soon as these words left his mouth, the group of disciples behind him were all stunned. 1,000,000 inner devil pills? What the hell? It had to be known that 100 inner devil pills was already a fortune to them. 1,000,000, that was a whole 10,000 times the value of 100 pills. However, for a Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan that had a legacy of several hundred years, this was still something they could take out. After all, they would have to take it out even if they were to rummage through their chests. Otherwise, they would face the calamity of having their clan exterminated. All right, I can pay them first, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, suddenly said. Pay them first. Yi Xian raised his brows. He guessed that Ling Xinglong wanted to temporarily suppress his fury. Otherwise, if the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan really was exterminated, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would suffer a huge loss. Then I thank the Lord. Also, if it is convenient, please help me exchange half of these inner devil pills for ores and the other half for natural treasures, said Yi Xian. Ling Xinglong and Ling Yao exchanged glances. Exchanging for natural treasures was understandable, but what was the point of exchanging them for ores? Still, they did not ask too much. After all, Yi Xian was no fool. 500,000 inner devil pills worth of ores would definitely be useful to him. All right, I will be able to gather it for you within 3 days. Ling Xinglong nodded. If the Lord has no other matters, I will be returning to rest first. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Ling Xinglong before turning and leaving. At this moment, he had become the center of attention. In just a few short days, he had broken through from the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage to the 5th level of the Nether Passage stage, and was even 10 years younger than the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Zhantian. Yi Xian was definitely a samsara traveler. This was what everyone was guessing in their hearts. There were even quite a few female disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who were throwing flirtatious glances at Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was able to take a fancy to them, they would definitely soar to the heavens. If they could spend a night with Yi Xian, even if they had to lose 10 years of their lifespan, they would still be willing. After such a huge matter had occurred, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had all gathered together. However, Yi Xian had closed his doors and refused to meet them these 3 days. The Ling family guessed that Yi Xian was cultivating, and thus did not disturb him. Of course, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were also discussing how to form a relationship with the frivolous scholar of the Black Chaotic Corner. After all, behind the frivolous scholar was the Northern Heavens Academy. Whoever was able to enter the Northern Heavens Academy would definitely be extremely awesome. Very quickly, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Ling Xinglong personally brought ores worth 500,000 inner devil pills and natural treasures worth 500,000 to Yi Xian's residence. These things were rather attractive to Ling Xinglong himself. However, to Yi Xian, they might not be able to help him break through. Chapter 1188. Thank you, Palace Master. After sensing the aura outside, Yi Xian hurriedly opened the door and thanked him. I still have a few things here. Ling Xinglong gave the items to Yi Xian and said, Do you have any relationship with that frivolous scholar? Yi Xian immediately shook his head. I heard from Elder Ling Yao that the Northern Heavens Academy is currently recruiting students. Why don't you go and take a look? If you can enter the Northern Heavens Academy, it will be much better than the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Ling Xinglong said. Yes, I also want to take a look at the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian nodded. However, he didn't want to join the Northern Heavens Academy. He only wanted to investigate a few things. The underworld and Mo Shui were both looking for someone. It was fine if they were looking for someone, but they were looking for a pair of siblings. Therefore, this attracted his attention. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at the Northern Heavens Academy and see if there were any clues regarding this. Good, that's even better. I'm also preparing to send some knowledgeable disciples over. Ling Xinglong smiled with satisfaction. Yi Xian's talent was outstanding. Leaving him in the Heavenly Thunder Hall was too much of a waste. Therefore, Ling Xinglong felt that the Northern Heavens Academy was the most suitable for Yi Xian. Of course, Ling Xinglong had another reason for looking for him this time. Yi Xian, actually, I want to ask. Is your cultivation speed so fast because you have unlocked your inherited memories? Ling Xinglong asked again. This question stunned Yi Xian for a moment. However, he reacted in the blink of an eye. Palace Master, you've misunderstood. I'm not a reincarnator. Otherwise, I would definitely pass on some longevity divine ability and reincarnation divine ability to you. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. However, he took out a yin and yang ring from his chest and handed it to Ling Xinglong, saying, Inside are some martial arts that I obtained, including the high-grade ethereal opening divine ability, Parting Heaven Sword Finger. Hearing this, Ling Xinglong's eyes lit up. In the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd was the one that was closest to the high-grade ethereal opening divine ability. Now, he actually obtained a high-grade ethereal opening divine ability. This was a huge gain. After thanking Yi Xian repeatedly, he left, not wanting to disturb Yi Xian's cultivation. As for Yi Xian, he returned to his own room. Luo Luo, your cultivation resources are here. Yi Xian moved 500,000 inner demon pills worth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the planting space. With these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Luo Luo would be able to break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, or even the 7th level in a short amount of time. As for the remaining 500,000 inner demon pills worth of ores, they were all devoured by him. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! The Thunder Pearl has broken through. 2 system notifications rang out. Right now, Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl were both at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Even if Yi Xian didn't make a move, they could still fight against a 7th level Nether Passage expert. However, because the Thunder Pearl and Yi Xian did not have a co-growth contract, half of the ores were wasted. Now that he had finished increasing his strength, it was time for Yi Xian to move on. In the past 3 days, he hadn't been staying in his room. Instead, he used the Eyes of the Void to travel around. He found out that the captured siblings had all been sent to Zhou Huaqing. This 100 Things city was also the one that the frivolous scholar had mentioned. Northern Heavens Academy's recruitment point was also located in Zhou Huaqing. Immediately, he tore through space and left the Heavenly Thunder Hall, arriving at Black Chaotic Corner once more. Then, he headed towards the northeast direction of Black Chaotic Corner. He estimated that it would take him around 2 days to reach Zhou Huaqing. In these 2 days, Luo Luo had broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm by relying on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as the abundant yuan qi of heaven and earth in the planting space. With her and Yi Xian working together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight against 8th level Nether Passage experts. 2 days later, Yi Xian arrived at Zhou Huaqing. The city lord of Zhou Huaqing was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, but it was said that the underworld here was very active. As soon as Yi Xian entered, he saw a scholar in white putting up a notice. Yi Xian curiously walked over to take a look. It turned out that he was looking for someone. However, the price on it was actually a full 1 million inner demon pills. What the fuck? After sighing in his heart, Yi Xian focused his gaze on the portrait. Tang Hans Han, 23 years old, 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian was speechless. A 23-year-old 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. This talent was truly terrifying. However, it was still acceptable. After all, she was a member of the Northern Heavens Academy. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out from the city. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian also looked over and discovered that the person who'd arrived was someone he knew. Frivolous scholar? Yi Xian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He never imagined that the frivolous scholar would be in Zhou Huaqing. It's you? The frivolous scholar also recognized Yi Xian and was slightly surprised. Are you also here to participate in my Northern Heavens Academy's test? The frivolous scholar asked. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to take a look. Yi Xian shook his head. At this moment, he discovered that the frivolous scholar had already broken through and reached the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. So it's like this. The frivolous scholar nodded his head. Turning his head to look at the other scholar, he said, Is everything done? Senior brother, it's done. The scholar replied. Could it be that she was also? Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and asked. That's right. She should have also been captured. Tang Hans Han is my cousin. Before this, my cousin was also captured. The frivolous scholar nodded his head helplessly. Cupping his hands, he said, That's right. I'm called Tang Yuanlong. Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his hands and said, Brother Yi, I heard from my junior brothers that day. You're powerful. The frivolous scholar couldn't help but sigh. Brother Tang is overpraising me. I only had a fortuitous encounter. Yi Xian replied modestly. Since Brother Yi is here, why don't you take a look? My Northern Heavens Academy is currently recruiting students. As long as Brother Yi passes a small test, you can enter my Northern Heavens Academy and find a teacher. The frivolous scholar said intentionally. But Yi Xian nodded his head. Originally, he only wanted to investigate. However, thinking that it might be easier to investigate if he had the identity of a Northern Heavens Academy disciple, he wanted to take a look. What's more, the Northern Heavens Academy had many high-grade Nether Passage divine abilities. There were even Heart's Desire divine abilities. This way, please. The frivolous scholar politely led the way in front. After a while, Yi Xian arrived in front of a mansion. There were already several long lines outside the mansion's entrance. These people were all here to register. The strength of these people varied. Some were only at the manifestation realm, while others were at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Chapter 1189. With the frivolous scholar leading the way, Yixian directly entered the Northern Heavens Manor under the envious gazes of the crowd. Greetings, Senior Brother Tang. Greetings, Senior Brother Tang. Along the way, many disciples of the Northern Heavens Academy greeted him. It had to be said that this frivolous scholar was pretty popular. Although this frivolous scholar isn't strong, and his aptitude isn't high, his 3 disciples have said that he's cultivated the upright yang scripture to the 3rd stage. From the looks of it, he's pretty powerful. It seems that the things inside aren't things that can be learned with good aptitude. Yi Xian secretly said this in his heart, then followed the frivolous scholar into a room. Junior brother, this is my friend. He's here to participate in the examination. Tang Yuanlong said to a scholar at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yes, senior brother. The scholar nodded and immediately stopped what he was doing. Yi Xian's actions could be considered as cutting the queue. However, the person who was in the examination just now didn't dare to have any objections. To be able to befriend a scholar from the Northern Heavens Academy, he definitely had some ability. He wasn't someone that he could provoke. After that, the scholar took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took a look at the paper and inwardly shouted, "Damn, a guessing riddle?" That's right, the Northern Heavens Academy's examination was a guessing riddle. It was extremely simple. However, this scholar gave Yi Xian a very simple riddle on account of Tang Yuanlong. There were only 2 words on the paper, 1 person. The answer to the riddle is big. Yi Xian blurted out. He felt a little embarrassed that he had actually given him such a simple riddle. This was doubting his intelligence. Brother Yi, please don't be offended. This guessing riddle is just for fun. Of course, if you can't even guess the riddle, how can you enter my Northern Heavens Academy? Tang Yuanlong said with a smile. However, the riddle was only the first segment. There was still one more. Please place your hand on this crystal. The scholar in charge of the examination said to the transparent sphere on the table. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly placed his hand on it. Then, clouds of black aura appeared in the transparent sphere. Seeing this, Tang Yuanlong and the examiner furrowed their brows. Their expressions were not good. Brother Yi, your killing intent is a bit heavy. Tang Yuanlong said slowly. Yes, I killed a lot of people. Yi Xian nodded. This killing intent has already surpassed my Northern Heavens Academy's recruitment standards. However, it's not that my Northern Heavens Academy won't accept you. You can first cultivate in the outer court for a period of time. As long as you pass the test, you'll be able to enter the inner court. Tang Yuanlong continued. Alright. Yi Xian didn't have any objections. In any case, he just wanted to take a look at the Northern Heavens Academy. What are you looking at? After all, he had the insightful eye. If he could learn a wishful divine ability, it would be a huge gain. This crystal can be used to test not only killing intent, but also demonic veins. Brother Yi, since you don't cultivate demonic arts, you can enter the outer court, Tang Yuanlong continued. After that, the exam scholar passed a token and a letter to Yi Xian, saying, you can enter the Northern Heavens Academy at any time. Many thanks. Yi Xian received the token and letter and kept them in his universe ring. With this, he passed the test and could enter the Northern Heavens Academy to cultivate. However, he also knew that the outer court of the Northern Heavens Academy wasn't that great. After all, even someone like him, who was filled with killing intent, could enter. The outer court was probably a mix of crooks and dragons. There might even be assassins from the underworld mixed in. Brother Tang, I want to ask, where is the branch of the underworld located in Zhouhua City? After Yi Xian left the room, he asked. The branch of the underworld? Why do you ask? Tang Yuanlong asked with a frown. I have 2 friends who were captured by the underworld's assassins. I don't know where they were transferred to, but I've been investigating. If not, I wouldn't have fought with the Phantom Gang that day. Yi Xian said, truthfully. Tang Yuanlong recalled for a moment. Indeed, he heard that Yi Xian had fought with the Phantom Gang because of this matter, which led to the destruction of the Phantom Gang. The branch of the underworld in Zhouhua City was destroyed by a teacher from the Northern Heavens Academy a few days ago. A few people were captured and brought back to the Northern Heavens Academy. Tang Yuanlong replied. Destroyed? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he could investigate this matter on the way. Immediately, he bid farewell to the frivolous scholar and left. On the letter, there was a map from Zhouhua City to the Northern Heavens Academy. It turned out that there was an illusion array outside the Northern Heavens Academy, which was why it wasn't discovered. Now that it was open, it was easy to find. Following that, Yi Xian spent another 2 days to catch up with others and arrive at the Northern Heavens Academy. The Northern Heavens Academy was built on a mountain and surrounded by clouds. Looking from afar, it looked like a fairyland. Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain. The outer courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy was at the foot of the mountain. It covered a large area and there were already many people who came from all over the place. Sir, may I ask what's the matter? One of the scholars leaned over. I've passed Zhouhua City's test and am here to report. Yi Xian said directly. Oh, the reporting area is there. I'll bring you there. The scholar said in an extremely friendly manner. Many thanks. Yi Xian thanked him. Soon he arrived at the reporting area. The teacher reporting is actually at the 8th level of the Nether Passage stage. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver. This Northern Heavens Academy was indeed formidable. You're here to report, right? Give me the letter. The old man extended his hand without raising his head. Yi Xian passed the letter over. The old man glanced at it, then threw it to the side. However, in the next instant, he suddenly thought of something and picked up the letter. This date, was it 2 days ago? You only spent 2 days to get here from Zhouhua City? The old man said with some astonishment. Oh, this brat has a flying mount. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. If it was an ordinary 5th level Nether Passage stage, it would take at least 5 to 6 days to get here from Zhouhua City. However, Yi Xian had only spent 2 days. Oh, so it's like that? The old man didn't think too much about it. Taking out another crystal, he said, Test your killing intent again. He didn't believe that such a young person like Yi Xian would possess such a vigorous killing intent. Yi Xian extended his hand to test it again. Sure enough, it was the same as before. Brat, kill less and study more. The old man said sincerely. I will. Yi Xian nodded his head. The outer courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy was a place for people to cultivate their mental state. Only by improving their mental state and decreasing their killing intent could they enter the inner courtyard. Chapter 1190. What? Mo Shui? Hearing this, Yi Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. He actually heard this name in the Northern Heavens Academy. Should he say that he was lucky or unlucky? He never thought that Mo Shui would also enter the Northern Heavens Academy. Could it be that he was also investigating that matter? Mo Shui is a reincarnate. He has lived for thousands of years in his previous life. Moreover, he is an assassin. The number of people he has killed in these thousands of years is probably more than the number of rice I have eaten. Yi Xian also trembled. Then he took some things and left. Junior, since you have entered the Northern Heavens Academy, we are on the same side from now on. No matter what you have done in the past or who you have killed, I hope that you can cultivate a life of righteousness. This will be very helpful for your cultivation in the future. The scholar that led the way for Yi Xian reminded him. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian thanked him. Among the things he took, there was something called the meditation record. If he wanted to enter the inner courtyard, he had to completely understand the meditation record. Alright, if you have time, you can go to the meditation lake. Sometimes there will be some zither music. It will be very helpful for you. After the scholar finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zither music? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't interested. He only had one goal in entering the Northern Heavens Academy, and that was to investigate. But now, he had to find Mo Shui and see if there were any clues. He really didn't expect that Mo Shui would also investigate this place. This Mo Shui, did he also come here to investigate? Who is the person that Mo Shui and the underworld are looking for? Yi Xian had many questions in his heart. He also didn't know if he would start a fight if he met Mo Shui here. After all, there were fulfillment realm experts in the Northern Heavens Academy. If he made a scene, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The outer courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy had just been established, surrounding the entire mountain. In front of Yi Xian, there were already thousands of people who had joined the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian didn't even go back to his own residence and began to wander around. With his extraordinary perceptive eye, as long as Mo Shui appeared nearby, he would immediately sense it. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was recruiting students. Practically anyone could come, ranging from 60 years old to 6 years old. Naturally, the younger ones were called book boys and were brought to other places by the teachers of the Northern Heavens Academy to be nurtured. While Yi Xian was searching for Mo Shui, he encountered quite a few people. There were also quite a few who looked extremely vicious. However, they didn't dare to cause trouble in the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian circled around the foot of the mountain but could not find Mo Shui. Could he have gone out? Yi Xian frowned, slightly puzzled. Helplessly, he stopped by the side of a lake and prepared to look at the meditation record that he had just obtained. This meditation record is really a strange thing. Even with my memory, I can only remember a paragraph. Yi Xian didn't dare to believe it. Along the way, he heard quite a few things. Most people entered the outer courtyard. If they wanted to advance from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard, they would have to thoroughly understand the meditation record. In other words, they would have to memorize the entire record. Memorizing was an extremely easy task for someone of Yi Xian's level. Even if it was 10,000 words, he would be able to memorize it without missing a single word. However, this meditation record was very mysterious. After looking at it for a while, Yi Xian could only remember a paragraph about 100 words. The more murderous a person was, the less content they would remember. Only when their heart was calm would they be able to remember. Simply speaking, this was the cultivation of the state of mind. My murderous aura is too strong, so memorizing this meditation record is too slow. Some people can memorize a few pages of content after entering the outer courtyard. Yi Xian was very helpless. This meditation record had 100 pages of content, and each page had at least 5 paragraphs. However, Yi Xian could only memorize a paragraph. How long would it take him to memorize it? This is too scary. Even if I read it aloud, I would forget it in the blink of an eye. If I had to memorize it, I probably wouldn't be able to finish memorizing it in a year. Yi Xian shuddered. If he wanted to advance from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard, he would have to memorize the entire meditation record without missing a single word. If Yi Xian was given time, it would take at least 5 years. However, he still had a cheat. Ding! Meditation record successfully copied. The system prompted. Now, even if Yi Xian couldn't memorize it, he could still peek at it in his mind. So as long as he wanted to, he could immediately advance to the inner courtyard. However, there was no need for that. At this moment, the melodious sound of a zither suddenly entered his ears. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly sensed many people rushing in his direction and gathered by the lake. The zither is here. The zither is here. Everyone come quickly. This is a good opportunity to improve your state of mind. The people from the outer courtyard all gathered around. The zither? When Yi Xian heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered what the scholar had told him. If he had the chance, he could go to Meditation Lake. If he could hear the zither, it would be a good opportunity to improve his state of mind quickly. Among this group of outer courtyard disciples, there were people who stayed here every day and didn't return at night just to hear the zither. Yi Xian turned his head in the direction of the sound. He realized that the sound was coming from the island in the middle of the lake. There was some kind of array on the island that blocked his spiritual sense and perception. Who's playing the zither? Yi Xian was very puzzled. However, after listening for a few seconds, he felt much calmer. The zither's sound did have a significant effect on his state of mind. It seemed that a powerful person was playing the zither and using the power of all creations to release the sound. It calmed the surrounding scholars and improved their state of mind. It had to be said that after listening to the song, it was really effective. Yi Xian felt that he had memorized 1 or 2 more lines of the meditation record. If he listened to it a few more times, he would be able to memorize the entire page. However, this was useless to Yi Xian. Soon, the song stopped and the song ended. Sigh, that's it again. But my state of mind has improved a lot. After a while, I'll be able to memorize 30 pages. That's fast. I haven't even finished memorizing 25 pages. The group of scholars shook their heads helplessly. The most helpless one was Yi Xian. Among these outer courtyard scholars, there were probably people who had killed 10 times more people than him. However, his killing intent was ranked second. This puzzled him. Forget it. I'm just here to investigate anyway. When the time is right, I'll pass the test and enter the inner courtyard. Then, I'll use the Eye of Revelation to steal some divine abilities. Chapter 1191. There were many methods to suppress demonic arts in the Northern Heavens Academy. For example, the 3 scholars in the escort team had taken out a mountain and river treasure map drawn by an expert to suppress the expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. In the future, he might encounter many enemies who cultivated demonic arts. When that time comes, the Northern Heavens Academy's divine abilities would come in handy. However, just at this moment, everyone, come and take a look. The nobleman in the lake has suggested that everyone compose a poem. If you're chosen as one of the top 3, you'll be able to obtain at least 300,000 inner demon pills. Suddenly, someone shouted. As those words rang out, the eyes of the surrounding scholars lit up. Turning their heads, they discovered that the speaker was an old scholar from the inner courtyard. This old scholar was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm and was extremely powerful. As his voice rang out, quite a few people gathered over. There were at least a few thousand people. However, there were only a few dozen people who had started composing poems. There weren't even 100 of them. Killing people, I know. What the hell is composing poems? Among these people, there were even some who couldn't recognize words. How could they compose poems? Furthermore, the scholars from the inner courtyard are not allowed to join. The old scholar reminded. The scholars from the inner courtyard were originally students of the Northern Heavens Academy. These people were extremely knowledgeable and could casually compose poems. If they were to join, the others wouldn't be able to play anymore. At this moment, Yi Xian's interest was piqued after hearing those words. At least 300,000 inner demon pills? This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Composing poems, he didn't know. However, even if he hadn't eaten pork, wouldn't he have seen a pig run? Even if he was a bad student, it was impossible for him to forget a poem. Immediately, he took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote on it. Naturally, he didn't forget to write his name. Senior brother, this is mine. Yi Xian rushed over and passed the paper to the old scholar. Oh! The old scholar was astonished. He could feel the killing intent from Yi Xian. However, he never thought that Yi Xian could actually compose such a poem. Truly, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Not bad, not bad. The old scholar nodded slightly. Among the thousands of outer courtyard scholars, there were quite a few young masters who were born in clans. They had to learn when they were young, so they could compose some poems. However, they were probably not very good. Yi Xian was very confident in the poem he had written. Although it was not his work, this was a different world, so it was possible to steal it. The poem he took out was the work of the immortal poet Li Bai, Quiet Night Thoughts. Soon, the old scholar finished collecting all the works and flew towards the small island in the middle of the lake. Everyone was curious. With so many entries, who would be able to take the top 3 and obtain the 300,000 inner demon pills reward? After a while, the old scholar returned. It seemed that the results were out. Who are the 3 lucky ones? All right, the top 3 have been decided. They were personally chosen by the nobles of the lake. Without saying anything, the old scholar began to read. 3rd place, Ko Yao's Annal Fu. Then, he began to recite the Annal Fu. 2nd place, Li Yang's Journey to the North. The old scholar continued. 3rd place, 300,000 inner demon pills. 2nd place, 400,000 inner demon pills. As for first place, it's 500,000 inner demon pills. After hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. 500,000 inner demon pills was not a small amount. It was enough to create an expert in the 7th tier of the Nether Passage realm. Who would take first place in the end? It's me, it's definitely me. Li Yang's journey to the north was compared to mine before. The elders of the clan all said that mine was better. A scholar thought to himself. At this time, the old scholar slowly opened his mouth. First place, Yi Xian's quiet night thoughts. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes gathered on the white figure in the air not far away. They all remembered the names of the people who went up just now. Moreover, Yi Xian's killing intent was so strong that it was impossible not to remember him. Therefore, they all recognized Yi Xian. Who would have thought that the person with the strongest killing intent would actually take first place in the poem competition? It was simply unbelievable. Ha, it's really me. Poetic Immortal, bless me. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh wildly. Of course, he said this in his heart. Quiet night thoughts. Before the climax, the moonlight is bright, suspected of frost on the ground. Looking up at the bright moon, I lower my head and think of my hometown. The old scholar read the poem and sighed, good poem, good poem. I'm afraid even I can't compose this. Junior brother Yi is amazing, amazing. Senior brother, you flatter me, Yi Xian said somewhat shamefully. At this time, what he wanted most was for the old scholar to quickly give him the reward. 500,000 inner demon pills. However, at this time, F*CK, this poem is awesome. I've only heard it once and my state of mind has improved. Yes, I improved too. This is incredible. Quick, write it down. Recite it every night. It can speed up the improvement of your mental state. Haha, we've profited. This effect is not inferior to the previous one. The crowd boiled over again. When the old scholar heard this, he was deeply surprised and said in shock, this poem has such an effect. Junior brother, may I know where your hometown is? Oh, my hometown is Earth Village. It's far away. Yi Xian casually replied. Earth Village, huh? If there's a chance in the future, I can go and take a look. The old scholar nodded with a smile. Soon after, his expression suddenly turned solemn as he said, this poem has no effect on me. However, it can actually raise their mental state and give them spirituality. If this is written on a special piece of paper, it may be able to be made into an extremely powerful tool to suppress demons. Damn, you can do that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was really shocked. A poem could be made into a divine artifact to suppress demons. Wasn't this too amazing? He suddenly remembered the mountain river treasure map that the 3 scholars took out that day. It was also a very special divine artifact. However, he knew that the person who drew the mountain river treasure map was definitely not weak. He was probably an expert in the fulfillment realm. Junior brother, this is your reward. As for your poem, I want to submit it to the academy. Is that okay? The old scholar asked. Of course. Take it. However, I hope to sign it as Li Bai, Mu Zi Li, Bai, Yi Xian said. The old scholar paused for a moment, then reacted and said with a smile, no problem. He suddenly remembered that the scholars all had 2 names. Yi Xian should only be their real name, so he didn't ask any further. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian took the bag of inner demon pills. The joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. However, at this time, his expression suddenly froze. He sensed that a familiar aura had entered the range of his perception and then disappeared. Chapter 1192. Emo Shui, I found you. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he left his original spot. That aura belonged to Emo Shui. After searching for so long, he finally found him. Immediately, he chased after him. However, before he could take a few steps, a beautiful figure blocked his path. Yi Xian, my family's young miss invites you. This was a young lady around 25 years old. She had a pretty face and wore white clothes. However, don't underestimate her. She was actually at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian was curious about this person's identity. No, It should be said that he was curious about the young miss that this lady spoke of. To be called a young miss by an expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, could it be that she was the pride of the Northern Heavens Academy's inner courtyard? Sorry, I'm busy right now. I don't have time. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with her and directly replied. What, you don't have time? Do you know who my family's young miss is? This lady was so angry that she almost choked. Her family's young miss wasn't someone that just anyone could meet. However, Yi Xian actually dared to refuse, which made her furious. Sorry, I really have something urgent right now. Yi Xian didn't slow down and directly brushed past this lady. Seeing Yi Xian's appearance, the lady in white didn't chase after him. This was because she felt that Yi Xian really did have something urgent to do. Perhaps he had to go to the toilet. Therefore, she decided to wait here because she knew that Yi Xian would definitely return. After shaking off this lady in white, Yi Xian chased after Imo Shui. However, Imo Shui's speed was extremely fast. He only flashed past his senses, so he could only use the Eye of Revelation to track him. This Imo Shui actually snuck into the Northern Heavens Academy and even pretended to be a scholar. Yi Xian suddenly felt a deep sense of disharmony. Who was Imo Shui? A reincarnator. An assassin that had lived for thousands of years actually pretended to be a scholar. This was truly shameless to the extreme. However, this Imo Shui might have some clues, so Yi Xian could use him to investigate. Is Imo Shui going up the mountain? Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched as he watched Imo Shui rush towards the Northern Heavens Academy's entrance. On the mountain was the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. Most importantly, scholars from the outer yard were not allowed to enter the inner yard. Is Imo Shui trying to force his way in? Thinking about this, Yi Xian felt that it was a little unrealistic. There were fulfillment realm experts in the Northern Heavens Academy's inner courtyard, and Imo Shui was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he barged in, coupled with the powerful killing intent leaking from his body, he would definitely die without a burial ground. No matter what Imo Shui was going to do, Yi Xian had to follow him. Very quickly, Imo Shui arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Northern Heavens Academy. Only after passing through this mountain gate could one enter the Northern Heavens Academy. The outer courtyard at the foot of the mountain was only recently established. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Imo Shui was actually preparing to challenge the trial. Imo Shui directly rushed into the mountain gate and ran up the mountain. See, this is crazy. Yi Xian was shocked. Imo Shui's life or death was related to his revenge mission. If Imo Shui did not die by his hand, then the 3 devour points would be wasted. I hope he doesn't get killed by those teachers of the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian prayed in his heart. It would be best if Imo Shui was beaten half to death, then he would be the one to do it. Killing people in the Northern Heavens Academy was a big crime, but Yi Xian could use the Eye of the Void to leave and then come back with a disguise. For the 3 devour points, it was worth it. However, in the next moment, he was completely shocked. The few old scholars guarding the Northern Heavens Academy's entrance only glanced at Imo Shui and let him go. What's the situation? Were those old scholars bribed by Imo Shui? They actually let him in? Yi Xian was very puzzled and hurriedly followed. I heard that the moon worship demonic sect is ready to make a move again. They even joined hands with the underworld and started to make a move on our Northern Heavens Academy. Yes, I also heard that. I'm afraid that among the scholars in the outer courtyard, there might be many spies from the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld. I don't understand. Why did the dean order to open the Northern Heavens Academy? Isn't this what they want? Not necessarily. Didn't they catch a lot of people from the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld a while ago? Maybe they are playing hard to get. A few old scholars in the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy were chatting. At this moment, they saw another figure dashing over. The scholar in the lead hurriedly stopped him. Junior brother, you can't enter the inner courtyard. The leading scholar shouted at Yi Xian, who was rushing over. Yi Xian knew that he would definitely be stopped, so he hurriedly asked, Senior brothers, may I ask why that person can enter the inner courtyard? Just now? The leading scholar frowned. Mo Shui has already passed the entrance exam and is now a scholar in the inner courtyard. What? He passed the entrance exam? Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. If he wanted to pass the entrance exam, didn't he have to memorize the entire meditation record? According to the teacher who reported, Mo Shui's murderous aura was stronger than his. He was the #1 existence in the outer courtyard. Such a person probably couldn't even memorize a section of the meditation record, so how did he pass the entrance exam? Junior brother, you also think it's impossible, right? A tall scholar walked over. The murderous aura on his body is stronger than yours, but he still passed the entrance exam. Even the examiner didn't find any clues. This, Yi Xian was still shocked. However, he knew Mo Shui's background. Mo Shui was a reincarnator, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He should have no problem passing this kind of exam. Junior brother, if you want to enter the inner courtyard, you have to pass the entrance exam. The exam hall is over there. The scholar pointed to a small palace not far away. Okay, thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded, then immediately turned around and left. This junior brother's murderous aura is so strong. Is he also going to take the entrance exam? Impossible, there's already Mo Shui. If there's another one, it'll be strange. Maybe they have some method to avoid the examiner's eyes. That won't work now. Ever since Mo Shui passed the entrance exam, the examiner in charge of the entrance exam is an academician. That's a fulfillment realm expert. The scholars felt that it was unlikely, so they began to talk about themselves. As for Yi Xian, he quickly arrived at the examination hall. Such a strong aura, a fulfillment realm expert? When Yi Xian approached, he found that there was only one person in the exam hall. Chapter 1193. How terrifying. In front of a fulfillment realm expert, it's hard to pass even if you cheat. Yi Xian's heart sank, but he still stepped forward and walked in. He had already copied the meditation record. Although he couldn't memorize it, he could sneak a peek. Of course, there was a second way to cheat, and that was to have Luo Luo recite it from afar. Luo Luo could communicate with him mentally. As long as Luo Luo recited the meditation record during his test, Yi Xian would pass. However, this method was too troublesome. It was easier to just cheat. Yi Xian entered the test palace. There was a white-haired old man behind a desk in front of him. The white-haired old man didn't even raise his head. The killing intent on your body is too thick. You should go back and improve your mental state. Otherwise, you'll just be wasting time. Don't try to cheat. Teacher, I've already memorized it. Yi Xian said to the white-haired old man. You want to cheat again? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. He raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. All right, then I'll see what you've got. Originally, the test palace was supposed to be a teacher at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, but after Mo Shui's example, a fulfillment realm scholar was sent. The white-haired old man had Mo Shui test again, but he still didn't find any clues. Now that he saw Yi Xian come to the test so confidently, he wanted to see what Yi Xian had up his sleeve. For the advancement test, you just need to recite the meditation record word for word, right? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Just recite it. The white-haired old man was only a few dozen meters away from Yi Xian. However, there was no one else in the palace, and there was no one outside, so the white-haired old man didn't have to worry about someone sending a message to Yi Xian. All right, then I'll begin. Yi Xian nodded and then began to recite the meditation record. His slaughter chi was so strong that he could only memorize one paragraph of the tranquility record. However, with the help of the tranquility record, it wouldn't be a problem for him to memorize 100 books. According to the white-haired elder's estimation, Yi Xian would only recite 1 or 2 paragraphs. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already finished reciting an entire page. Impossible. This is impossible. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it and hurriedly shouted. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the white-haired old man. How can you carry so many? This doesn't make sense. The white-haired old man asked in disbelief. In teacher's eyes, is it impossible for someone with a strong murderous aura to recite the meditation record? Yi Xian asked in return. Hearing this, the white-haired old man didn't reply. Instead, he quickly approached the young man and began to carefully size him up. Could it be that someone outside is using some kind of voice transmission method to help you cheat? The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and asked. No. Yi Xian shook his head. The white-haired old man also thought that it was unlikely because he was a fulfillment realm expert. If someone had sent a sound transmission to Yi Xian, there was no way he wouldn't have discovered it. To fake. He looked at Yi Xian's expression and knew that he was cheating. However, he couldn't find any clues. How did you do it? The white-haired old man asked curiously. I didn't cheat. I really memorized it, Yi Xian slowly replied. Impossible. The white-haired old man immediately denied it. Teacher, why don't you set up a formation yourself? Yi Xian suggested. The white-haired old man hesitated, but still used his true energy and manifestation strength to set up a layer of defense. Without another word, Yi Xian began to recite the meditation record. In the blink of an eye, another page had passed. I can't believe it. There was already Mo Shui, and now there's another one. I don't believe that I can't find a clue. The white-haired old man's emotions were stirred. He had to find a way to cheat Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very helpless. He continued to recite the meditation record. Soon, he had memorized the entire meditation record word for word. After hearing it, the white-haired old man was so shocked that he was speechless. With his strength, he couldn't find a clue. This was too fake. How did you do it? The white-haired old man asked again. Teacher, I have a photographic memory, so this isn't difficult for me at all, Yi Xian lied. Impossible. Even if you have a photographic memory, as long as you've killed someone, you can't memorize the meditation record in one go. The white-haired old man was still skeptical. How about this? Teacher, take out another book and I'll memorize it for you, Yi Xian suggested. Hearing this, the white-haired old man's eyes lit up. He immediately took out a new book from his universe ring. The Compassionate Record? Yi Xian took the book and began to flip through it. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and watched him quickly flip through the Compassionate Record. He thought of something and said, if you can really memorize this book, I'll give you 500,000 inner demon pills. The Compassionate Record was something that inner court students studied. He estimated that Yi Xian could barely memorize the first sentence. He didn't believe that Yi Xian could recite the more difficult Compassionate Record in front of him. 500,000 inner demon pills? Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. No one could resist a gift from the heavens. All right. When the white-haired old man finished speaking, Yi Xian closed the Compassionate Record. All right, you memorize it. The white-haired old man quietly looked at Yi Xian, trying to find a clue from Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly ignored his gaze and began to recite the Compassionate Record. He had only recited a paragraph when the white-haired old man's expression became very ugly. This kid actually memorized it. This is impossible. The Compassionate Record is more difficult and longer than the meditation record. Even an inner court scholar might not be able to memorize it all. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it. This was even more unbelievable than Mo Shui passing the test. However, Yi Xian did it flawlessly. He cheated perfectly. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and listened to Yi Xian recite the Compassionate Record. After a while, Yi Xian stopped because he had finished reciting it. I can't believe that you actually did it. Could it be that you have some special constitution? The white-haired old man muttered. I'm not sure. Yi Xian shook his head. Please help me pass the test, teacher. The white-haired old man paused for a moment, but still took out a bag of inner demon pills from his yin and yang ring. At the same time, he also took out a proof of passing the test. You're quite capable, kid. Let's go. The white-haired old man decided to give up. He couldn't help it. He couldn't see anything wrong. Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and he was at the Fulfillment realm. The difference was too big, and he couldn't see anything wrong. Maybe Yi Xian really didn't cheat, and it was just his constitution. Thank you, teacher. This student will take his leave. Chapter 1194. Wait, what's your name? The white-haired old man suddenly called out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian. After Yi Xian reported his name, he immediately left. Now that he had passed the exam, he had to enter the inner courtyard to investigate Emo Shui. However, just as he was about to leave, the old scholar from Soothing Heart Lake suddenly paid him a visit. "Teacher, this student wishes to see you." The old scholar shouted from outside the palace. "I'm free right now, come in." The white-haired old man's voice came from inside. The old scholar walked in and got straight to the point. "Teacher, I just received a poem. Please take a look." The white-haired old man took the paper from the old scholar and read it. "Quiet night thoughts, bright moonlight before the autumn leaves, suspected of frost on the ground, looking up at the bright moon, looking down at home. And not bad, not bad. Was it written by you?" No, it wasn't written by this student. It was written by a junior brother named Yixian. Moreover, this poem has the effect of improving one's state of mind. Just now, when the junior brothers listened to it, the effect was no worse than junior sister Naelin's calm heart song. The old scholar shook his head. What? Improve one's state of mind? The white-haired old man felt that it was inconceivable. Currently, there were no more than 10 disciples in the Northern Heavens Academy who could create poems that could improve one's state of mind. How could an outer courtyard student do it? Wait, Yixian? At this time, the white-haired old man suddenly thought of something. Wasn't the person who passed the exam called Yixian? Teacher, you know him? The old scholar asked in astonishment. Not only do I know him, the person who passed the exam was called Yixian. The white-haired old man frowned and asked, "Let me ask you, is the person who wrote this poem, Yixian's killing intent second only to Emo Shui?" That's right. The old scholar nodded. I never thought that it would really be him. A person with such killing intent could actually write such a poem. Could it be that he wants to walk the path of the slaughtering scholar? The white-haired old man muttered. Slaughtering scholar. Upon hearing this name, the old scholar shuddered violently. The 4 words slaughtering scholar were widely known within the Northern Heavens Academy. He was an anomaly within the Northern Heavens Academy, and at the same time, a legend. That was because he was the founder of the Northern Heavens Academy and also the first dean. It was also because of this that the Northern Heavens Academy's advancement test was conducted according to the recitation of the meditation scripture and not according to the slaughter aura on one's body. After all, there were still some unusual creatures who could ignore the effects of the tranquil record. At this moment, Yixian had already left the examination palace and arrived at the mountain gate of the Northern Heavens Academy. Junior brother, why are you here again? The few old scholars from before said with some surprise. Senior brothers, I have passed the advancement test. This is the proof. As Yixian spoke, he approached and took out the proof of passing the test. How is that possible? The few old scholars looked at each other in disbelief. How long had Yixian been gone? Not even 3 minutes had passed, yet he was able to obtain a certificate for the advancement examination. Could this examination certificate be fake? The few old scholars carefully sized it up and were even more shocked. This proof of examination is indeed real. Junior brother, you actually passed? One of the old scholars said in surprise. Yes. Yixian nodded. With Emo Shui as a precedent, there shouldn't be any problems for him. At this moment, he was thinking of getting these old scholars to move aside and let him enter the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy to investigate. The few old scholars looked at each other and returned the examination certificate to Yixian. Junior brother, you can go in. Hearing this, Yixian cupped his hands towards the few people and passed through the mountain gate and went up the mountain. However, to be safe, one of the scholars hurried to the examination palace and asked the examiner. It didn't matter, since Yixian had really passed the examination. I never thought that Emo Shui would pass the advancement test so quickly and enter the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. Yixian thought as he ran up the mountain. Just now, he had wasted a few minutes to go to the examination, and in those few minutes, Emo Shui had long disappeared. For convenience, Yixian hurriedly went to the inner courtyard to report, and changed into the inner courtyard scholar's attire. This way, he wouldn't be stopped during the investigation. After seeing the examination certificate for Yixian, the inner courtyard scholar who registered for him was stunned for a long time. Previously, when he registered for Mo Shui, he was also shocked. Now, after seeing Yi Xian, he was shocked. However, since Yi Xian had obtained the teacher's approval, he had the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard. Soon, Yi Xian finished his registration and left. Along the way, he attracted a lot of attention, because the old scholars could feel the murderous aura on his body. Yi Xian could also feel the wary gazes of the people around him. This person, could he be a spy from the moon-worship demonic sect or the underworld? Many people thought so in their hearts. The moon-worship demonic sect was the Northern Heavens Academy's archenemy. Previously, the Northern Heavens Academy had gone into hiding after eliminating the moon-worship demonic sect. Now that the moon-worship demonic sect had revived, the Northern Heavens Academy opened up again. Although Yi Xian had only been in the Northern Heavens Academy for less than a day, with his outstanding perception, he had heard many things. Anyway, I'm only here to investigate, and my identity is clean. What are you afraid of? Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. The Northern Heavens Academy had the best atmosphere amongst all the influences that he had joined. The disciples of the Northern Heavens Academy were all very harmonious, with very few conflicts occurring between them. Under normal circumstances, they would all be cultivating, studying, or interacting. Yi Xian had joined the Northern Heavens Academy with a purpose, and that was to investigate the brother and sister's case. Previously, he had heard from the frivolous scholar Tang Yuanlong that the Northern Heavens Academy had destroyed the underworld in Zhou Huaqing and captured many people. This was a clue. Of course, there was another clue. The underworld and Mo Shui seemed to be looking for people. Coincidentally, Mo Shui had also infiltrated the Northern Heavens Academy, so Yi Xian felt that it would be better to ask Mo Shui directly. However, he didn't know where Mo Shui had run off to. At this time, a group of people attracted Yi Xian's attention. This group of people gathered in front of a stone wall and talked enthusiastically. Originally, this wouldn't have attracted Yi Xian's attention, but he heard some interesting things. I never thought that there would be someone with such literary talent in the outer court. Truly unexpected. This silent night thought is indeed amazing. I feel that my state of mind has improved a little. I reckon that if a scholar in the fulfillment realm copied this silent night thought and made it into a heavenly artifact, it might have the effect of exorcism. I wonder which family this Li Bai was born in. Chapter 1195. A group of old scholars from the inner courtyard were discussing a new poem. However, without exception, all of them were positive comments. The students of the Northern Heavens Academy were all very humble, which made Yi Xian very surprised. Famous works ranking? When Yi Xian approached, he discovered that the silent night thoughts that he had revealed before had already been engraved on a stone wall. It was actually ranked 5th. It's actually not 1st? Yi Xian felt that it was inconceivable. After all, this silent night thoughts was the work of the poetry Immortal, Li Bai. He only felt that this group of people didn't know what was good for them. Such an awesome poem should at least be ranked 1st. However, he also heard that the top 4 of the famous works ranking had great backgrounds. Any one of the first 3 could easily kill a demonic cultivator below the fulfillment realm. First on the famous works ranking, Kill Word Formula, written by the Slaughtering Scholar. Second on the famous works ranking, Mountain River Treasure Map, drawn by the 4th Dean. Third on the famous works ranking, Devil Suppressing Stone Engraving, carved by the 8th Dean. Fourth on the famous works ranking, Righteous Yang Scripture, created by academician Nailan Kun. Yi Xian took a look and discovered that the origins of these authors were not small. The 4th Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a painter. His works were majestic and grand. When the original Mountain River Treasure Map appeared, even demonic cultivators in the fulfillment realm could be suppressed. The Mountain River Treasure Map used by the 3 scholars was a copy, but it also had the effect of suppressing demons. The 8th Dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a sculptor. His devil-suppressing stone engraving also had the effect of suppressing demons. At the same time, many people copied and carved it and used it in battle. As for the Righteous Yang Scripture, it was the divine ability cultivated by the frivolous scholar, Tang Yuanlong. It was specially used to deal with demonic cultivators. As for that Nalen Kun, he was the grandfather of the current dean. As for the kill word formula, it had the greatest origin, because it was created by the first dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, the slaughtering scholar. This kill word formula was a painting, and there was only one word on it: kill. However, no one had seen the original. The top 4 looks very powerful, Yi Xian thought to himself. After listening to Li Bai's explanation, he could understand the ranking. After all, Li Bai was just a normal person, and the top 4 on the author ranking were all Fulfillment Realm experts. Forget the Fulfillment Realm, even a Void God Realm Great Emperor would be able to reign supreme on Earth. The Fulfillment Realm, on the other hand, was a super expert who could easily destroy all continents. At this time, what Yi Xian didn't know was that after the appearance of his silent night thoughts, it set off a huge wave among the upper echelons of the inner court. After the upper echelons found out, they had already sent many people to the outer court to look for Yi Xian. Coincidentally, Yi Xian entered the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard. Whatever, let's find Mo Shui first. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. He turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly stopped him. "Hey, you're here?" A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that the person who stopped him was actually the white-clothed woman from the outer court. "Senior sister, is something the matter?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Why were you in such a hurry just now?" The white-clothed woman asked curiously. I just joined the Northern Heavens Academy and saw a friend, so I went over to say hello." Yi Xian said truthfully. Of course, the person he saw just now wasn't a friend, but an enemy. So it was like that. Then forget it. The white-clothed woman nodded slightly and said, "My young miss wants to see you. Come with me." "Your young miss is?" Yi Xian subconsciously asked. This white-clothed woman was an expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and the person she called young miss definitely had a big background. "My young miss is Nalen Bing, the daughter of the dean. She saw that you were brimming with talent, so she wants to see you." "What, you're not willing?" The white-clothed woman said slowly. "The daughter of the dean, Nalen Bing?" After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. This background had scared him. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. This wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had little talent and knowledge. He was a genuine underachiever. What if the other party asked him to compose a few more poems? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll just take it as I heard it. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. After all, quiet night thoughts wasn't his work. If he confessed, he would be lenient. If he resisted, he would be strict. Furthermore, quiet night thoughts was beneficial to the Northern Heavens Academy. Therefore, he wouldn't have any problems. "Okay, let's go." Yi Xian nodded slightly and decided to see Nalen Bing. "Let's go." The white-clothed woman also turned around and left. After they left, the group of old scholars revealed envious expressions. The talented Nalen Bing was the goddess in their hearts. How could Yi Xian be received by Nalen Bing? However, if they were to find out that the 5th-ranked song, Quiet Night, was personally written by Yi Xian, they would probably be extremely shocked. After leaving, the white-clothed woman brought Yi Xian to the mountainside. "I'm called by Su, the maid by the miss side. The one who played the zither in the calm heart lake was my miss," the white-clothed woman said as she walked. Yi Xian had already guessed the identity of the zither player in the lake. This wasn't a big deal to him. He was just curious about how strong Nalen Bing was. Was she at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, or was she at the Fulfillment realm? Just when he was deep in thought, Bai Su said, "The killing intent on your body is a little dense. I'm afraid that your mental state hasn't reached the standard. Otherwise, the miss might have given you to the dean and let him accept you as his disciple." Yi Xian nodded and pretended to be a little regretful. The dean's disciple was very tempting. However, he was different from the others. Cultivation depended on devouring, so it didn't matter who his master was. Of course, the benefit of having a master was that he would have a large amount of natural treasures. Let me remind you that the miss is the dean's daughter. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about her, I'm afraid you won't live to see tomorrow, Bai Su reminded him again. Improper thoughts? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in disdain. However, he immediately reacted. If he did, he would definitely be torn apart by the group of old scholars below. However, what he didn't know was that Bai Su didn't mean that. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in front of a pavilion under Bai Su's lead. "Miss, I've brought him," Bai Su shouted from outside the pavilion. "Come in." A clear and pleasant voice came from the third floor of the pavilion. When Yi Xian heard it, he couldn't help but guess that Nailin Bing was around 20 years old. A 20-year-old at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. She's a genius, Yi Xian thought to himself. Chapter 1196. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was a person hiding next to the waterfall. Mo Shui, why is he here? Yi Xian was surprised. If he didn't sense carefully, he wouldn't have found Mo Shui. With his peripheral vision, he saw a figure through the eye of revelation. Why is this kid here? Mo Shui, who was hiding next to the waterfall, thought in shock. At the same time, he could feel that Yi Xian had found him. I just hope this kid doesn't disturb me, Mo Shui thought to himself. At this time, Bai Su saw that Yi Xian didn't move and said, "Go up quickly, don't let the miss wait too long. Remember my words." Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully and entered the building. He didn't expect that Mo Shui, who he was trying to find, would be hiding here. Mo Shui entered the Northern Heavens Academy to investigate. Could it be that Nailin Bing was the person he was looking for? Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked up the building. Soon, he arrived in front of a room. "Junior brother, come in." A woman's voice came from inside. Yi Xian pushed the door and entered. The room wasn't big, but it was decorated beautifully. This was Nailin Bing's room. At the end of the room, a woman in white sat on the bed. She had a beautiful face and was dignified and elegant. When she saw Yi Xian come in, she stood up and said, "Junior brother, you really made me wait." "Sorry, senior sister, I saw a friend earlier, so I came late." Yi Xian cupped his hands in shame. "It's okay." Nailin Bing smiled. "When I saw junior brother's quiet night thoughts, I knew junior brother was talented. Where did junior brother come from?" "I was born in a poor family, not worth mentioning," Yi Xian said slowly. Not to mention the Holy Land, even the size of the Blood Rock continent was not comparable to Earth. "So," Nailin Bing nodded slightly and recited Li Bai's silent night thoughts as she walked. "Junior brother's literary talent really makes me feel inferior. Can junior brother compose another poem on the spot?" Nailin Bing asked curiously. "This?" Yi Xian was stunned. He was afraid of being asked this question. If he was asked to compose another poem on the spot, wouldn't that be asking for his life? Just as he was about to open his mouth, a voice suddenly entered his ears. "Brat, let's work together again. Help me see if this Nailin Bing has a birthmark on her left breast." This voice was very familiar to Yi Xian because it belonged to Mo Shui. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He knew that Mo Shui had a sound transmission technique, but he didn't expect that Mo Shui would actually seek him out for cooperation. This Mo Shui is indeed here to investigate. Is Nailin Bing his target? Yi Xian thought to himself. Otherwise, why would Mo Shui ask him to see if there was a birthmark on Nailin Bing's left breast? Moreover, what the hell was he looking at? He was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nailin Bing was at the 8th level. Moreover, there was Bai Su outside who was also at the 8th level. Most importantly, he was in the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. If he dared to do so, not to mention the higher-ups of the Northern Heavens Academy, just the group of scholars would be able to kill him. "Brat, as long as you help me confirm, I'll teach you my secret technique," Mo Shui said again. Yi Xian wanted to refuse, but after hearing this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Mo Shui's secret technique? Could it be the peerless flame dragon slash? Damn it, I don't know how to send a sound transmission to Mo Shui. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Even if it was a secret technique, he couldn't compromise. After all, he couldn't joke around with his life. He was 2 meters away from Nailin Bing. If he launched a sneak attack, he should be able to do it. However, once he did so, he would have to break through the void and leave. What's more, the target of cooperation was Mo Shui. After seeing Yi Xian's sluggish expression, Nailin Bing suddenly smiled. She walked in front of Yi Xian and said, "Junior brother, are you not inspired? Come, senior sister will give you." After she finished speaking, she began to take off her clothes. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly took a step back. What the hell is going on? Junior brother, why are you so nervous? Senior sister just felt a little hot. Nailin Bing smiled again and directly took off her clothes. Suddenly, a pair of white shoulders entered Yi Xian's eyes. Damn! Yi Xian was completely shocked. What was Nailin Bing doing? Was she seducing him? Could it be that because his literary talent was too good, and he was handsome, Nailin Bing fell in love with him at first sight? No, that's impossible. Yi Xian immediately dispelled this idea. This was because he saw a trace of craftiness in Nailin Bing's smile. He could also use this opportunity to see if Nailin Bing was the person Mo Shui was looking for. Immediately, he shifted his gaze downwards. He saw that there was indeed a pink birthmark on Nailin Bing's white underwear. This position was just above the left side of her chest. It's really her? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect Nailin Bing to be the person Mo Shui was looking for. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly. This was because he heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! The host is immune to this poison. This system notification came out of nowhere and caught Yi Xian off guard. Poison? Yi Xian's body trembled. He quickly scanned the panel and found that he had inhaled a poison called the Bone of Charm. This poison was an aphrodisiac. In an instant, Yi Xian reacted. He was afraid that he had fallen into a trap. Not good, this is a trap. Let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Junior brother, are you feeling hot too? Come, let me help you. When Nailin Bing saw Yi Xian's expression, she stepped forward and prepared to help Yi Xian take off his clothes. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly burst out at full speed. He crashed into the wall and broke out of the building. Senior sister, I still have important matters to attend to today. I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian broke out of the building and rushed out. He cupped his fists at Nailin Bing and then quickly left. When Nailin Bing saw this, her face turned pale. She hurriedly put on her clothes and cleaned the Bone of Charm poison around her. Miss Bai Su, who was guarding outside, quickly rushed up to the third floor and looked carefully. I'm fine. I was sparring with Junior brother just now and accidentally knocked him out, Nailin Bing explained. However, she was puzzled. Why wasn't Yi Xian poisoned? If Yi Xian was poisoned, Nailin Bing could use an excuse to kill Yi Xian. This excuse would be that Yi Xian coveted her beauty and wanted to poison her. Chapter 1197. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he left the building. He didn't expect that he would almost be in big trouble. This Nailin Bing actually set a trap for me. She wanted me to be poisoned by the aphrodisiac so that I could violate her. Then she would be able to kill me naturally? Yi Xian thought to himself. He was also very scared. If he was one step slower, Nailin Bing would have attacked. At that time, the Bone of Charm poison in the room would be the evidence, and he would die an unjust death. He just didn't know why Nailin Bing wanted to kill him. But, brat, what did you do? Just as Yi Xian returned to the outer court, Mo Shui's voice rang in his ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that Mo Shui had followed him. Why did you show me that? Yi Xian asked. Just tell me, do you have it or not? No matter what the answer is, I will teach you the peerless flame dragon slash. Mo Shui said coldly. However, even though it was passed down, not everyone could learn his ultimate skill. Give it to me first, then I will tell you. Yi Xian wasn't stupid enough to tell Mo Shui that Nailin Bing did indeed have a pink birthmark on her chest. Okay, take it. Mo Shui was also very decisive. He directly threw the secret skill of the peerless flame dragon slash to Yi Xian. What the heck? Yi Xian was shocked again. Mo Shui had a strange personality. Before, he wanted to kill him, but now he wanted to cooperate with him. What the heck? Ding! Copy of the peerless flame dragon slash successful. The system notified. However, it wasn't over yet. Ding! The god art is a growth-type god art. Another system notification sounded. Growth-type god art? Yi Xian was stunned. He looked at the description and knew that after learning the growth-type god art, he only needed to spend a super devour crystal to increase its level. Even if he was in the fulfillment realm or fragmentation realm, he could use it. Simply put, he could use it for a very long time. Waha, this Emo Shui is going to suffer a huge loss. Does he think that I can't learn this peerless fire dragon slash? The heavens are helping me. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. Emo Shui didn't know that he had it, so he had taken advantage of him. Since Emo Shui had kept his promise, Yi Xian decided to be a good person and tell him the truth. Alright, she does have the birthmark you mentioned. Yi Xian nodded. Really? Hearing this, Emo Shui shuddered and said, What is it? Emo Shui was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, he wouldn't trust Yi Xian so easily. It's like this. Yi Xian used his fingers to draw a symbol on the ground. It was the birthmark he saw on Nailin Bing's body. After seeing this, Emo Shui's killing intent surged as his eyes widened. As expected, it's this F***er. Emo Shui looked like he was about to eat someone. Originally, he wasn't too sure, but now he was sure. This Nailin Bing was the person he was looking for. Emo Shui is really looking for Nailin Bing? Yi Xian didn't understand. However, he could feel Emo Shui's killing intent. It seemed that Emo Shui wanted to kill Nailin Bing. Nailin Bing wanted to kill him. As long as Emo Shui killed Nailin Bing, the hidden danger would be solved. Emo Shui snorted and disappeared. Next, he had to plan how to kill Nailin Bing, who was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart as he watched him leave. He also wanted to kill Emo Shui for the revenge mission, but he didn't dare to do it with Emo Shui in front of him. After all, he was in the Northern Heavens Academy. According to the Northern Heavens Academy's rules, if he attacked, he would be killed. At that time, how could he continue his investigation? The underworld and Emo Shui seem to be looking for the same person. Does this mean that the underworld also wants to capture Nailin Bing? Yi Xian organized his thoughts. His purpose of coming here was to see if this matter was related to the Yin-Yang ancestor. However, Emo Shui left so quickly that he didn't have time to ask. However, he had to be careful because Nailin Bing wanted to kill him for some unknown reason. Moreover, he wanted to do it cleanly. This bitch, she actually poisoned me. If I catch her, I'll definitely strip her naked and hang her outside. Yi Xian said angrily in his heart. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered his ears. He turned his head and saw a cloud of dust rising to his left. Could it be that someone didn't get along and started a fight? However, in the next moment, another loud sound came from another place. Rumble. 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 Loud sounds rang out one after another. The entire outer court was filled with smoke and screams. What's going on? Yi Xian was very surprised. He turned his head and saw a burly scholar charging at him. Kid, don't blame me. This tall and sturdy scholar held a long sword in his hand as he struck towards Yi Xian's head. You want to kill me? You're only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. You're not qualified. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He gripped the Sky Quake sword tightly in his hand and stabbed at the intruder. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. He had just learned this move, and it was Emo Shui's ultimate move. Its power was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the burly scholar was swallowed by the flame dragon and turned into ashes. Such power! Yi Xian swallowed. However, in order to use this move, he had used more than half of his true qi. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he could only use it once in a short period of time. After the burly scholar died, Yi Xian rushed over and took his interspatial ring. Then he found a clue. Oh no, it's a spy from the Moon Worship Demonic Sect and the Underworld. Someone shouted. The Moon Worship Demonic Sect. The Underworld. Yi Xian was naturally familiar with these two forces. So that's how it is. Yi Xian immediately understood. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was recruiting students. Naturally, there were many spies who joined. However, what were these spies trying to do? However, this group of spies from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld was only the vanguard. The real appetizer was yet to come. Bookworms of the Northern Heavens Academy, come out and die. A group of people suddenly rushed over from the horizon. The leader, a middle-aged man, shouted. Immediately after, a person from the outer court flew into the sky. It was the white-haired elder from the examination hall. Moon-worship demonic sect, how dare you? The white-haired old man shouted as he took out a treasure map. Then he used the power of all creations to reveal the treasure map. Mountain River treasure map? It's a pity that this treasure map is only a fake. Unless it's the real thing, it has no effect on me. Chapter 1198. This time, the moon-worship demonic sect had sent quite a few people, and they had even joined forces with the assassins from the underworld. Although they were strong, they couldn't shake the Northern Heavens Academy. However, they weren't here to cause trouble. The outer courtyard was in a mess because everyone was wearing scholars' attire. The only ones who could distinguish them were the students of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, they couldn't tell who were from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld, and who were the real scholars. However, the people from the moon-worship demonic sect cultivated demonic arts. When the white-haired old man's Mountain River treasure map appeared, many of them showed signs of discomfort. Yi Xian felt it for a moment, then attacked again. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was in danger, but what did it have to do with him? He could use this opportunity to increase his strength. He was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm and wasn't considered outstanding in the outer courtyard. Therefore, he attracted the attention of many people. Die, brat! Another person who didn't care about his life charged at Yi Xian. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Yi Xian threw the Heavenly Thunder Halberd in his hand, and it instantly sank into the assassin's chest, electrocuting him into a charred corpse. Although Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, he wasn't weak. A mere 6th level of the Nether Passage realm dared to find trouble with him. He was truly courting death. At the same time, he also thought about the underworld and the moon-worship demonic sect's actions. Could it be that they wanted to rescue those who were captured by the Northern Heavens Academy? Or could it be that they had other motives? Just as he was thinking, a few figures rushed out of the inner courtyard. These people were the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy, and all of them were in the fulfillment realm. Moon-worship demonic sect, underworld, today, you won't return. A battle broke out in the sky, but it was in the fulfillment realm. This time, the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld had sent nearly 10 fulfillment realm experts. However, the Northern Heavens Academy wasn't weak. After all, this was their headquarters. In the blink of an eye, the two sides started to fight. Yi Xian killed those who were eyeing him covetously while observing the battle in the sky. The people above him were all fulfillment realm experts. If he could pick up a corpse, he would definitely be able to break through continuously. However, he felt that this mission was not that simple. Emo Shui? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered Emo Shui's aura. The latter was rushing towards the inner court. This Emo Shui was also an assassin of the underworld, but this time he was not on the same side as the underworld. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately followed him. Was Emo Shui going to kill Nailin Bing this time? In that case, he might be able to join forces with Nailin Bing to kill Emo Shui, complete the revenge mission, and obtain 3 Devour points as a reward. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian snickered as he followed him. Many old scholars came out of the Northern Heavens Academy's inner court. However, Yi Xian and Emo Shui were wearing the inner court's uniform. In addition to the chaotic situation, their killing intent was concealed and they didn't attract the attention of others. Soon, they entered the inner court. Sure enough, as Yi Xian expected, after Emo Shui entered the inner court, he headed towards Nailin Bing's building. However, Nailin Bing was the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean. She would definitely be protected by experts. Sure enough, the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld are creating a diversion. The people in the outer court are just delaying. The real main force is behind the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian felt waves of powerful auras. They were all experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Similarly, a battle broke out in the inner court. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to give up on chasing Mo Shui. He wanted to increase his cultivation first because he was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm like Mo Shui. However, Mo Shui was a reincarnate. If they were at the same level, Yi Xian did not have the confidence to kill him. However, if he was one level higher than Mo Shui, then it would be much better. I'll let you live first. Once I break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, I'll use your ultimate skill to kill you. Yi Xian decided to give up and join the battle in the inner court. The scholars in the inner court had always been on guard against Yi Xian because Yi Xian's murderous aura was too dense. He might be an assassin from the moon worship demonic sect or the underworld. However, when they saw Yi Xian attack the people from the moon worship demonic sect, they knew that Yi Xian was on their side. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian wielded the heaven-shaking sword and fiercely slashed out. A flame dragon formed from a mixture of true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength attacked an 8th level Nether Passage realm expert. This expert was currently fighting with an old scholar. Originally, he did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. However, with this attack, he knew that Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Boom! This moon worship demonic sect expert was hit head-on. However, because the difference in cultivation was too great, Yi Xian's attack was only able to injure him. Well done, junior brother. The old scholar shouted and used his 10,000 mammoth strength to condense a small sun above his head. The moment this small sun appeared, the moon worship demonic sect expert panicked. Righteous Yang scripture, scorching sun burns the heavens. No, this moon worship demonic sect expert's body started to emit smoke. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation dropped to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and directly pierced the moon worship demonic sect expert's heart. Many thanks, junior brother. After the old scholar shouted, he immediately turned around and went to help the others. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were humble and united. This battle was extremely important, so they saved the time to collect the spoils of war and went to help the others. This way Yi Xian benefited. Haha, in 8th level Nether Passage realm spatial ring. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. Although there weren't many things, only worth around 500,000 inner demon pills, he could break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm with 1 or 2 more. At this time, the smell of blood suddenly came from afar. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the sky was covered by blood-red words. This is the 10,000-word blood scroll, the 6th level writing scroll. Moreover, it's an authentic one. Yi Xian recognized it. There were probably fulfillment realm experts fighting over there. Whether it was the Mountain River treasure map, the 10,000-word blood scroll, or the devil suppressing stone inscription, they were all devil suppressing weapons. It was because of these that the moon worship demonic sect was completely annihilated several hundred years ago. It took them several hundred years to rise again. I heard that the 1st level writing scrolls kill character art can not only suppress demons, but also ordinary people. Yi Xian was a little curious. He didn't know who had the kill character art's kill character art. However, he couldn't care less. This was a good opportunity to quickly increase his strength. He had to break through quickly and then kill Mo Shui. Chapter 1199. Although the peerless flame dragon slash consumed a lot of energy, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could use it again very quickly. Immediately, Yi Xian stomped on the ground and shot out to help an old scholar nearby. Senior brother, I'll help you. Yi Xian shouted as he slashed his sword towards the enemy. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Whoosh! The flame dragon whistled towards the enemy, but this time, the enemy was an assassin from the underworld. He was extremely fast and dodged the attack. However, in order to dodge the attack, he was stabbed by the old scholar's sword, causing a large amount of blood to gush out from his abdomen. After that, Yi Xian approached the old scholar at lightning speed and killed him together with him. This old scholar was the same as the previous one. After killing the enemy, he quickly turned around and left to help the others. As for the spoils of war from the underworld assassin, they belonged to Yi Xian. Just a little bit more, about 1,000,000 inner demon pills. Yi Xian thought to himself as he swept his gaze around. In the end, his gaze fell onto a few figures. To his left, there was a 6-person battlefield. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy had formed the tripartite sword formation to deal with the enemy. As long as he killed these 3 enemies, Yi Xian would be able to break through. However, right at this moment, a powerful aura swept over. 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. It's the Jade-Faced Scholar. The Jade-Faced Scholar is here. The Moon Worship demonic sect is doomed. Senior brother Nalin, kill them. Following the appearance of this pale-faced scholar, all the scholars boiled up. This Jade-Faced Scholar was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. He was the genius in the Northern Heavens Academy who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Fulfillment Realm and opening Yuan Palace before the age of 25. At the same time, this Jade-Faced Scholar was called Nalin Jie. He was the Dean's son and Nalin Bing's older brother. At this moment, the Jade-Faced Scholar Nalin Jie suddenly took out an object from his spatial ring. It was a carving, but it didn't look like anything. No one knew what it was. However, when Nalin Jie used his 10,000 elephant power to enlarge the carving, the surrounding experts of the demonic path vomited blood. It's the devil-suppressing stone carving. Let's go. The Moon Worship demonic sect experts clutched their chests and immediately retreated. Don't let them go, chase them. The Jade-Faced Scholar Nalin Jie shouted. The scholars' morale was high and they immediately chased after the enemy. However, the direction these people fled in was very strange. They were heading towards Nalin Ice's pavilion. Sister! Nalin Bing uses suppressing stone carving hurriedly. Suddenly, Xianxia quickly followed. Before that, he first realm. Emperor's sword. He, Bing's sword, Lord of the Underworld, Emperor's sword slashed. Bang. Yes, and Nalin B. Many thanks, junior brother. Let's go. We will follow in the footsteps of senior brother and annihilate the Moon Worship demonic sect. The 3 scholars were full of fighting spirit. They didn't even look at the universe rings and followed. Although they were older than Nalin Jie had broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm at the age of 21. He was the number 1 genius of the Northern Heavens Academy. As for the 3 corpses, they were naturally Yi Xian's. Awesome. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the 3 universe rings. It just so happened that the items in these rings could help him break through. Ding. Host has broken through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding. Thunder Pearl has broken through. 3 system notifications rang out in succession. Yi Xian had broken through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl had also broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he were to use his trump card now, he would probably be invincible in the Nether Passage realm. Mo Shui, you're still not dead? Yi Xian's eyes widened as he quickly caught up with the Jade-Faced Scholar. At this moment he understood a little. Previously, Mo Shui was not looking for 1 person, but 2. Since Nalin Bing's identity had been confirmed, then the other person was probably this Jade-Faced Scholar, Nalin Jie. The people the underworld was looking for were Nalin Jie and Nalin Bing. Coincidentally, the Moon Worship demonic sect and the Northern Heavens Academy had a grudge against each other. However, Yi Xian still did not know why the underworld was looking for Nalin Jie and Nalin Bing. Could it be that they were also reincarnators? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and his eyes shone brightly. Yes, reincarnators. They must be reincarnators. Otherwise, why would Mo Shui be looking for them? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Mo Shui was also from the Penglai Holy Land. Why would he be so hostile to Nalin Bing, even showing killing intent? There was only one possibility. Nalin Jie and Nalin Bing were both reincarnators. I see. Now, Yi Xian finally understood Mo Shui's purpose. Perhaps, Nalin Jie and Nalin Bing were his grudges from his previous life. After the battle, both sides were heavily injured and reincarnated. However, Imo was the first to awaken, while the siblings had not. Therefore, Imo had to get rid of them first. After guessing the sequence of events, Yi Xian followed the jade-faced scholar and hundreds of old scholars to the waterfall just now. As expected, before Yi Xian could get close, he felt the aura of a group of experts. There were hundreds of them, at least at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. This time, the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld had put in a lot of effort to capture 2 people. However, reincarnators were at least reincarnation realm experts. So what if they sacrificed Nirvana realm and longevity realm experts? When the jade-faced scholar and others arrived at the back of the mountain, they found that Nailin Bing had been captured, and the person who captured her was a fulfillment realm assassin. Damn it! The jade-faced scholar cursed angrily when he saw his sister being captured alive. Brother, Nailin Bing, who was in the enemy's camp, shouted. The moon worship demonic sect and the underworld had planned this. One side was responsible for being the vanguard at the foot of the mountain to lure out the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, while the other side was on the other side to attract more experts. The real goal was this pavilion. Now, their goal was already halfway there. The jade-faced scholar, Nailin Jie? The leading assassin grabbed Nailin Bing's neck with one hand and looked at Nailin Jie. That's right. Nailin Jie nodded and said, "Let my sister go, and I'll give you as many inner demon pills as you want." No, I don't want inner demon pills. The fulfillment realm assassin shook his head. Then what do you want? The jade-faced scholar frowned and asked. He and his sister Nailin Bing were twins. They had been very close since they were young. Now that Nailin Bing was captured, he was so anxious that he was about to explode. Chapter 1200. How about this, you fight with me? If you win, I'll let your sister go. If you lose, you'll have to leave too. The leading assassin said. Me? The jade-faced scholar frowned. He suddenly remembered the recent actions of the underworld. The underworld had been looking for siblings recently, and he fit the criteria. However, he didn't expect that the underworld didn't need so many siblings. They were looking for a pair of siblings instead. This pair of siblings was him and Nailin Bing. However, in order to save Nailin Bing, the jade-faced scholar Nailin Jie could only agree. Okay, I'll fight with you. Nailin Jie nodded. He was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, while the assassin in front of him was at the fulfillment realm. There was a huge gap between the two of them. However, Nailin Jie was the #1 genius of the Northern Heavens Academy. He might be able to challenge someone of a higher level. Senior brother, you have to win. No, you have to win. The underworld's assassins are so despicable. Why didn't they send a Nether Passage realm cultivator to fight with senior brother? That's right, too despicable. A group of scholars were shouting and yelling. However, the opponent was an assassin. An assassin who would do anything to achieve his goal. What did it matter if he was called despicable? Kid, you have guts. The fulfillment realm assassin let out a cold laugh and dashed forward for a while. The jade-faced scholar put away the devil-suppressing stone engraving and walked out. The devil-suppressing stone engraving was very effective against the moon worship demonic sect. However, it wasn't necessarily effective against assassins. This was because assassins didn't necessarily cultivate demonic arts. Obviously, this assassin came prepared. He didn't cultivate demonic arts. Therefore, this battle was unfair. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from below, was using the Eye of Revelation to secretly size up the situation. He found that Imo Shui wasn't there. Aren't Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing Imo Shui's enemies? Imo Shui came earlier than me. Where did he go? Yi Xian was very puzzled because he didn't find Imo Shui's corpse on the ground. There was only a white-clothed woman's corpse on the ground. It was Nailin Bing's maid, Bai Su. As for Imo Shui, there wasn't even a shadow. Maybe before Imo Shui arrived, the people from the underworld had already arrived, so he hid again. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the captured Nailin Bing had been chained up and taken away by a 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert. What are you doing? The jade-faced scholar was startled. He hastily shouted. Brat, You have to get past me first before you have the qualifications to chase after them. The Fulfillment Realm expert took off his mask and revealed a scarred face. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. The jade-faced scholar, Xianxia, didn't say a word and directly rushed over with his long sword. The scarred assassin also clenched his long sword and rushed forward. There was a fundamental difference between the Nether Passage realm and the Fulfillment realm. When a cultivator broke through from the Nether Passage realm to the Fulfillment realm, they would open up a natal palace in a certain part of their body. This Yuan palace could be used to store true qi and then condense it into natal true qi. This natal true qi was much stronger than true qi. A first-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up one natal palace, a second-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up two natal palaces, and so on. A ninth-level Fulfillment Realm expert could open up 9 natal palaces. Natal palaces could not only increase the strength of one's soul and physique, they could also be used to condense natal true qi. This was why not just anyone could challenge someone of a higher realm. The jade-faced scholar, Xianxia, was powerful, but his opponent was also a seasoned assassin. Xianxia was already at a disadvantage in the first exchange. However, this was already very good. After all, a normal 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert would have been instantly killed by the scarred assassin. The jade-faced scholar is strong as expected. However, my goal today is not to kill you. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as his aura suddenly increased. Second level of the Fulfillment Realm. What? The jade-faced scholar, Xianxia, was shocked. His opponent was hiding his cultivation. This was over. Even if his opponent was only at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm, he would have a hard time defeating him. Now that his opponent was at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm, he was doomed. Come here, Brett. The scarred assassin instantly burst forward and rushed to the side of the jade-faced scholar. Then, he formed a claw with one hand and grabbed the scholar's neck. The jade-faced scholar was captured in an instant. Eldest senior brother. Quick, go find the dean. Eldest senior brother has been captured. The dean is on the other side. He's been pinned down. The group of scholars panicked. The talented girl in their hearts had been captured, and now even their eldest senior brother had been captured. This was troublesome. The scarred assassin was at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm. Even if all of them attacked together, they might not be able to do anything to him. Unless the scarred assassin was replaced by an expert from the moon worship demonic sect, they might be able to win. At this time, Nalan Bing had already been taken away by someone. Now that Xianxia had been captured by the scarred assassin, the underworld's mission could be considered complete. Let's go! The scarred assassin let out a low shout, and everyone quickly retreated. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the horizon. Let him go! A deep voice rang out. Then, a man in a green robe flew over. The dean is here. These underworld assassins are dead meat. How can the remnants of the moon worship demonic sect beat us? They will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Following the arrival of the man in blue robes, the fighting spirit of the scholar's soared. This man in blue robes was the current dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Nalan Hao. He was at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm. Let him go! After Nalan Hao arrived, his gaze fell on Xianxia. At the same time, he let out a low shout. TSK, that won't do. The scarred assassin cracked a smile. He put a shackle on Xianxia and threw him to the others. He said in a low voice, "Take him and leave first." The other hidden Fulfillment Realm assassin took Xianxia and left the area. Father, sister has been taken away first. Xianxia couldn't use his true energy at this time, so he could only shout, "Stay here." Nalan Hao was furious and immediately attacked. It's not that easy. The scarred assassin let out a low shout and went up to meet him. In an instant, the two great experts of the second level of the Fulfillment Realm began to fight. The group of scholars below were also restless. They wanted to directly charge over and kill everyone from the Underworld Palace and the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. However, there were still 1 or 2 Fulfillment Realm experts. If they attacked, they would probably suffer heavy losses. However, this battle wouldn't last long because the ones who were taken away were Nailin Hao's children. Assassins of the underworld, I want you dead. Nailin Hao roared at the sky and took out a piece of calligraphy from his yin and yang ring. Nailin Hao unfolded the calligraphy and used the power of manifestation to enlarge it. Chapter 12:01. Suddenly, a large black word appeared in the sky. Kill. What? The kill word art? Wasn't it lost? The scarred assassin was shocked and quickly retreated. The kill word art was ranked number 1 on the famous works list. It was written by the founder of the Northern Heavens Academy, the Slaughter Scholar. This word could not only suppress people of the demonic path, but also those with killing intent. When this picture appeared, the assassins felt their chests tighten. Some even spat out blood and fell from the sky. Among the assassins, there were assassins from the underworld and disciples of the moon-worship demonic sect. Their killing intent was not weak, but they were all suppressed by the kill word art. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. At this moment, he was suppressed by the kill word art to the point that he could not move. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. This kill word art had caused him so much trouble. What if someone was plotting against him now? Fortunately, the surrounding scholars were too lazy to pay attention to him, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. When the kill word art appeared, they rushed forward and prepared to kill all the enemies. The kill symbol art was used to suppress people with killing intent. As for the inner courtyard scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy, they were all cultivating within the Northern Heavens Academy before the academy was opened. Therefore, they had never killed anyone before and naturally didn't have much killing intent. Therefore, the kill symbol art had little effect on them. No, this kill word art is a fake. It's not the real thing. Let's go. The scarred assassin immediately reacted. If it was the real kill word art, he might have peed his pants. However, this kill word art did not have as much effect on him as expected. Therefore, it was definitely a fake. Stay. Nailin Hao was furious and chased after him. However, the scarred assassin was an assassin who relied on speed. If he wanted to leave, even Nailin Hao could not stop him. In the blink of an eye, the scarred assassin grabbed Nailin Jie and left with him. As for Nailin Hao, he could only roar as he watched his son being taken away. Since this was the case, he would vent his anger on these assassins and the moon-worship demonic sect. I want you all dead. Nailin Hao roared and began to kill crazily. Mission complete. Let's go. The experts of the underworld and the demonic sect retreated. After the mission was completed, they would receive great rewards and could even break through to the fulfillment realm. A great battle instantly broke out between the two sides. However, Yi Xian was extremely helpless because he was suppressed by the kill word technique and was unable to move. Fortunately, Nailin Hao had kept the kill symbol art after the other party had retreated a certain distance before giving chase. As a result, Yi Xian regained his mobility. Yi Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would kill him just now. Fortunately, they didn't, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. Mo Shui had disappeared not long after entering the inner courtyard. Therefore, Yi Xian was too lazy to look for him. Leveling up was the way to go. He was currently at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he used his trump card, there would be no one in the Nether Passage realm who could match him. He wanted to take advantage of this situation to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm before chasing after Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing. You guys? Yi Xian glanced in front of him. There were a few voices. Their auras were not strong, only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Northern Heavens Academy's Dean, Nailin Hao, had gone to chase after the scarred assassin. As for the others, they had scattered. If he killed all of them, breaking through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm would not be a problem. He might even reach the 8th level. At that time, if he met Mo Shui again, he would be able to kill him without fear and complete his revenge mission. Brat, a mere 6th level of the Nether Passage realm dares to cause trouble for us. See if I don't kill you. A brawny man turned his head and looked at Yi Xian as he shouted in a low voice. These people were the only remaining members of the moon worship demonic sect from the previous group. Therefore, they had retreated in a different direction from the underworld assassins. These people had been targeted by Yi Xian. With just you guys? Yi Xian directly threw out Wei Zhentian and Thunder Pearl. These two treasures were currently at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm and could fight one-on-one with a martial artist at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Unorthodox methods. Get lost. The brawny man stopped in his tracks and charged at Yi Xian alone. The other three people ignored him and continued on their way. However, none of them expected that Yi Xian's strength could not be measured by his realm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian casually took out a weapon and fiercely chopped at the brawny man. A flame dragon condensed from true chi and 10,000 mammoths' strength roared and instantly engulfed the brawny man. So strong. The brawny man's expression changed. Only now did he realize what kind of enemy he had provoked. However, it was already too late. It had to be said that Emo Shui's ultimate move was extremely powerful. From today onwards, Yi Xian could temporarily not learn any other abilities. With just the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, he could dominate the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon engulfed the brawny man and instantly burned him to ashes. The three moon worship demonic sect experts who were running at high speed ahead sensed something and turned their heads to look. All three of them were shocked. The brawny man at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm was actually killed by Yi Xian at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? At this time, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected the brawny man's yin and yang ring. Then he gave chase. A scholar from the Northern Heavens Academy is indeed extraordinary. Let's kill him together. One of the men shouted. 3 at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm dealing with Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, was already extremely rare. A 6th level Nether Passage realm expert killing 3 8th level Nether Passage realm experts was even rarer. After the brawny man died, the Thunder Pearl and Wei Zhentian swept between the three. These three definitely did not know the effects of the Thunder Pearl. Therefore, they only used their 10,000 mammoth strength to repel it. However, when the Thunder Pearl was in the middle of the three, its aura suddenly surged. An extremely powerful lightning energy erupted from within the Thunder Pearl. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of rays of lightning shot out and enveloped the three. Countless electric snakes slithered into the bodies of the three people. That tyrannical power of lightning directly electrocuted the three people into charred corpses. Not only that, but the entire area was also turned into a barren land. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. A trump card that could instantly kill 3 8th level Nether Passage realm experts could be considered a profit. At this time, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected the three's yin and yang rings. Chapter 1202. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian immediately chased after the remaining people. However, at this moment, a very familiar aura suddenly flashed within his detection range. Emo Shui? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't see Emo Shui earlier because he was hiding. Now that he appeared again, it seemed that he was going to make a move. He's really going to chase after Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he chased after them. However, what he didn't understand was how Emo Shui was able to keep up with a fulfillment realm expert. Emo Shui was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, one level lower than Yi Xian. If Yi Xian attacked now, he would definitely be able to stop Emo Shui. However, he couldn't stop Emo Shui's escaping technique, so he decided to watch first. If Emo Shui could fight until both sides were injured, it would be great. Then, he could take advantage of the situation and kill Emo Shui. I have the eye of perception, and my realm is higher than Emo Shui's. If I follow him, he won't notice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Emo Shui was an assassin in the rebirth realm. His tracking skills were definitely better than ordinary assassins. If he followed him, he would definitely be able to find Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing. At this moment, Emo Shui was running in a certain direction. However, he wasn't running in the direction that the scarred assassin and Xianxia had gone. No, he's not chasing after Xianxia. He's chasing after Bing. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Bing and Xianxia were escorted by two people. Moreover, the route of the escort was different. I just don't know how the reincarnators awaken. Do they have to be killed once? Yi Xian was very confused. That day when Mo Shui awakened, he was killed by Yi Xian. However, if that was the case, why didn't he just kill Bing and Xianxia? At that time, he would be able to awaken. However, those people didn't. It seemed that they had other plans. Could it be that the person who wants to capture Bing and Xianxia is plotting something against them? Yi Xian guessed. No matter what, Yi Xian decided to take a look first. Mo Shui had used some unknown method to track down the fulfillment realm expert who had kidnapped Bing. Yi Xian, who was following behind Mo Shui, actually saw two people moving quickly. No, there was only one. One of them was being dragged. It really is Bing. This Mo Shui is worthy of being an assassin who has lived for thousands of years. It seems that he wants to get rid of one first. Yi Xian thought to himself from behind. At this time, it was already nighttime. Mo Shui's concealment technique was excellent. If not for Yi Xian's eye of revelation, he would not have been able to find him. Xianming Duo Demons, I didn't expect you to reincarnate as well. It seems that today is the day I take my revenge. Mo Shui thought to himself. Then, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the fulfillment realm assassin. He finally made a move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he stopped in his tracks. Back then, when Mo Shui was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, he had killed Lei Guang, the city lord of Thunderlight City, who was at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm. Today, Mo Shui, who was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, could defeat an assassin at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm? However, Yi Xian had learned something new. This Mo Shui was actually hiding his strength. No, not hiding his strength, but breaking through on the spot. 6th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian was shocked. When Mo Shui charged out, his aura had risen from the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. No, not the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, but the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Damn, what kind of method is this? Jumping 2 levels in a row? Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. Even for him, breaking through twice in a row was not easy unless he had a large amount of natural treasures. As expected of a reincarnator, breaking through twice in a row, from the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Now, Mo Shui was only 3 levels away from the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he didn't immediately attack, or else he would be in trouble. Even if he was 1 level higher than Mo Shui, he didn't have the confidence to kill him. Now that Mo Shui was 1 level higher than him, if they fought, he would definitely die. You little rat, how dare you block my path? A deep voice rang out. The 1st level of the fulfillment realm assassin put down the unconscious Bing and charged at Mo Shui. If it was an ordinary 7th level Nether Passage realm cultivator, he could kill them with 1 slap. However, he felt that Mo Shui wasn't so simple. He had to go all out, or else he would die a horrible death. You get lost. Mo Shui yelled. You're the one who wants to get lost. The brawny man slapped his hand, preparing to send Mo Shui flying. However, he didn't manage to do so, and his palm was scattered by Mo Shui. As expected, you have some skills. Try this. The brawny man's body surged with extraordinary true qi. This true qi condensed into a palm and blasted at Mo Shui. This brawny man was a fulfillment realm expert of the underworld. He had already opened his natal palace and condensed his natal true qi. A divine ability formed from his natal true qi wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Great sorrow heaven-killing palm. Peerless flame dragon slash. Mo Shui also slashed out with his sword. This was his strongest attack. Boom. The palm and the dragon collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. The vital energy of a fulfillment realm cultivator wasn't something that could be blocked by ordinary vital energy. However, Immortal wasn't a simple person either. Although he was slightly weaker this time, he still managed to dodge his opponent's attack. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Immortal slashed out again. Another flame dragon appeared, but this time, its target wasn't the brawny man, but the unconscious Nalin Bing. You're not here to save her? The brawny man was shocked. Immortal looked like a scholar, so the brawny man thought he was here to save her. However, Immortal actually attacked Nalin Bing. But what I want is her death. Immortal didn't say anything else and sent out another peerless flame dragon slash. Good lord, this girl is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. You dare touch her? You're courting death. The brawny man was furious. He once again used his natal true chi to disperse the two peerless flame dragon slashes. Some reincarnators would awaken their inherited memories, while others would only do so after death. Immortal had awakened his memories after his heart was pierced. However, if Nalin Bing's entire body was incinerated, she wouldn't be able to awaken her memories. However, if he wanted to kill Nalin Bing, he had to get past this brawny man first. In the distance, Yi Xian was very surprised to see Immortal fighting a fulfillment realm expert. Chapter 1203. Yi Xian was thinking that he should first use this fulfillment realm expert to exhaust Immortal, then attack and kill Immortal. His wishful thinking was not bad, but he thought of another way. Nalin Bing is wanted by the big shots of the underworld. If I hold her hostage, this man might fight to the death, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Using a hostage to threaten was a little despicable, but Nalin Bing had set a trap for him, so Yi Xian didn't feel guilty at all. However, he was hiding now. If he went out and held Nalin Bing hostage, what if the man suddenly changed his target and attacked him? In this way, it would be a bit of beating the grass and alerting the snake. Fine, I'll watch here first. I'll let Immortal and the fulfillment realm expert fight for a while, then I'll go. In the end, Yi Xian decided to give up. After all, this was related to his revenge mission. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If things went well, he could complete his revenge mission and get 3 Devour points. This way, he could use these 3 Devour points to activate a second combat bloodline in the expansion window of his combat bloodline. Thinking of the upcoming combat bloodline, Yi Xian was excited. He held his breath and quietly observed the battle with the eye of revelation. Great Sorrow Heaven-Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Immortal and the brawny man were locked in a fierce battle. Although Immortal was at a disadvantage in the current situation, the brawny man was at a disadvantage in the long run. This was because his natal true chi was quickly depleting. Without the support of his natal true chi, Immortal might instantly gain the upper hand. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see that the natal palace in the brawny man's body didn't have much natal chi left. When the brawny man's natal true chi was almost depleted, it would be time for him to attack. Soon, it will be the best time for me to attack. Yi Xian was excited. Not only was he looking at the brawny man's natal true chi, he was also calculating Immortal's natal true chi. The two of them were actually on par with each other. Great Sorrow Heaven-Killing Palm. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Rumble. Shockwaves rolled. The entire battlefield had been transformed beyond recognition by the two of them. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the darkness, made his move. Immortal, your time of death has come. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he charged forward. However, just as he was about to act, the unconscious Nalin Bing suddenly woke up. Nalin Bing was the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalin Hao. She was the goddess in the hearts of all the scholars in the academy. However, this goddess revealed a very bewitching smile at this moment. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Immortal, you're walking right into a trap. Nalin Bing looked at the flame dragon and said in a cold voice. Boom. This sentence shocked Yi Xian and Immortal. The latter turned around and saw that Nalin Bing had broken free of her shackles. 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nalin Bing at this critical moment had actually awakened by herself. Otherwise, How could she recognize the peerless flame dragon Slash and Mo Shui? Not good. Mo Shui's face darkened as he quickly retreated. He never thought that the heavens would play with him like this. Just as he was about to take revenge, Nailin Bing awoke on her own. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. He originally wanted to attack, but Nailin Bing had suddenly awoken and broken free of her shackles. This was troublesome. Mo Shui was currently at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nailin Bing was at the 8th level. She was an entire level higher than Mo Shui. If Nailin Bing hadn't awoken, Mo Shui would have been able to kill her in the blink of an eye. However, now that Nailin Bing had awoken, who would be stronger? At this moment, Nailin Bing, who had awoken, suddenly glanced at Yi Xian. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked by this look. He hadn't come out of the darkness yet, but Nailin Bing had already discovered him. As expected of a reincarnator. Mo Shui followed her gaze and also discovered Yi Xian hiding in the darkness. Just now, he was fighting with the brawny man and didn't notice that there was another danger lurking around him. Let's go! Yi Xian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned to leave. This time, he was afraid that he would fail again. He wasn't the only one who wanted to escape. Even Mo Shui, upon seeing Nailin Bing's awakening, immediately turned into a streak of blood-red light and fled the scene. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Mo Shui, where do you think you're going? Nailin Bing snorted and chased after him. Her speed wasn't any slower than Mo Shui's, who was using blood escape. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind the dumbfounded brawny man and Yi Xian. The brawny man glanced at Yi Xian, but he didn't intend to attack at this time. His mission was to send Nailin Bing to a hidden place, and at the same time, ensure her safety and trap her. Now, Nailin Bing had broken free of her shackles and her strength had erupted. Her strength was so strong that it shocked him. He had to report this to his superiors as soon as possible. Therefore, he directly ignored Yi Xian and left in another direction. Damn, this is bad. Not only did my revenge mission fail, but Nailin Bing also awakened. If I meet her again, I will definitely die without a burial place. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only blame his bad luck. Nailin Bing had awakened at this time and disrupted all his plans. Nailin Bing wanted to kill Mo Shui. Once Mo Shui died, Nailin Bing would chase after him. He didn't even have the confidence to kill Mo Shui, let alone Nailin Bing, who was also a reincarnator and 2 realms higher than him. It was impossible for him to defeat her. Therefore, he could only run. What a tragedy! Let's go! Yi Xian didn't say anything and turned to leave. However, he didn't choose to give up because he still had a small chance. As long as he broke through again, he might be able to snatch Mo Shui from Nailin Bing and then leave with the help of the Eyes of the Void. However, the probability was low because he didn't know the whereabouts of Mo Shui and Nailin Bing. However, he didn't know if it was a gift from the heavens. Not long after he left, an aura caught up with him. Mo Shui? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did Mo Shui suddenly turn back? He carefully sensed and found that Mo Shui's aura was very unstable. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that his luck was very good. An injured lamb delivered itself to him. Soon, Mo Shui caught up with him. Sure enough, Mo Shui was seriously injured and looked like he was on the verge of death. Kid, let's make another deal. Chapter 1204. That Nailin Bing is still chasing you, right? You want me to save you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. You should have guessed it. That Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie are indeed a pair of reincarnators. In my previous life, I had a great battle with them. In the end, I had no choice but to reincarnate. They were also heavily injured by me and reincarnated. Mo Shui said, Now, I only have one request, and that is to kill the Xianming duo demons for me. As for the reward, you can name it. You really want to join hands, but I want your life. Yi Xian didn't try to be tactful at all. Life? Mo Shui's eyes flickered as he said, I was hit by that woman's 3 days soul-seeking sword. Anyone who is hurt by this move will definitely die within 3 days. I can't reincarnate now, so there's nothing I can do to reverse the situation. So, I promise you. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Happiness came too quickly. He had chased Emo Shui for so long, and today, Emo Shui actually delivered himself to him. Was this a free lunch from the sky? Boy, I'll use my life in exchange for your promise. I only want you to kill Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing. This deal, do you dare? Emo Shui asked with a dignified face. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Xian immediately replied. What a joke. If he killed Emo Shui and completed his revenge mission, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Okay, then you come. There's not much time left, and that woman will be here soon. Emo Shui was very straightforward. Emo Shui was a real man, and this made Yi Xian admire him very much. At the same time, Yi Xian didn't actually need to agree. He could directly attack because Emo Shui was already at the end of his strength, and his strength was probably less than half of what it was before. If Yi Xian didn't waste his breath and directly attacked after seeing Emo Shui probably wouldn't have been able to survive. However, Yi Xian decided to agree to be on the safe side. After all, Emo Shui was a reincarnator, and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Emo Shui, since I promised you, I will fulfill your wish. You can go in peace. Yi Xian slowly said. Then his eyes flickered, and a silver slash flew through the air. Facing this nirvanic slash, Emo Shui this time, he didn't dodge. He just stood there quietly waiting for death. Yi Xian was actually a bit nervous because he was afraid that this was a trap set by Emo Shui. However, he was overthinking things. So, with a crisp sound, Emo Shui's entire head was thrown into the air. When a person's head was chopped off, they would not die immediately. Their consciousness would be retained for a period of time. Yi Xian quietly watched, his emotions slightly agitated. Was Emo Shui really dead? However, after hearing the system notification in his mind, he was certain that Emo Shui was really dead. Ding. Host has successfully killed Emo Shui and completed the revenge mission. Reward, 3 Devour points. The system wouldn't lie to him. This system notification proved that Emo Shui was really dead. The revenge mission was completed. It's finally done. I got 3 Devour points. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't forget to take off Emo Shui's interspatial ring. There were many things inside. Although Emo Shui was a reincarnator, the most valuable thing was his memory. Yi Xian could have asked Emo Shui to write down some unique skills, but Yi Xian couldn't wait, so he took action. Emo Shui said that Nailin Bing, who was chasing after him, would be here soon. The things in the interspatial ring only increased Yi Xian's cultivation by a little. However, he now had 3 Devour points. Come, new battle bloodline. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly used the 3 Devour points on the expansion of his battle bloodline. Bloodlines were not expensive. What was expensive was the expansion. Originally, Yi Xian's Super Devour Crystal was not enough to expand the battle bloodline. However, what he spent now was not the Super Devour Crystal, but the Devour points. Moreover, it was 3 Devour points. Ding. Battle bloodline expansion successful. After the system notification, Yi Xian could finally choose his second battle bloodline. As for the second combat bloodline, he had chosen many bloodlines before, but as he leveled up, he finally chose a bloodline that appeared after leveling up. This bloodline was called the Killing God bloodline. Ding. Killing God bloodline successfully exchanged. Do you want to fuse it? Yes. Ding. Killing God bloodline fusion. After the Killing God bloodline fused with his body, Yi Xian felt a tremendous change. The Killing God bloodline was a new bloodline that appeared after the upgrade, so it was naturally not bad. The purpose of the Killing God bloodline was to kill people. Every time he killed someone, he would accumulate killing intent. The killing intent would increase according to the realm of the person he killed. As long as he accumulated a certain amount of killing intent, he could use some of the Killing God bloodline skills. Yi Xian had just fused with the Killing God bloodline, so the skills of the Killing God bloodline were not fully activated. Killing Intent Explosion fuses killing intent into attack to increase attack power. Killer Instinct. allows the host to have extraordinarily sharp senses. Assassination mode conceals one's aura, making it difficult for others to see through. Increases combat power in the dark. Death pursuit order marks an enemy and knows the enemy's direction, while fighting with the enemy passively increases strength. Killing feast. After activation, killing people for a certain period of time will increase strength. The higher the realm of the people killed and the more people killed, the greater the increase. These 5 skills were the new skills that appeared after Yi Xian fused with the Killing God bloodline. Killing Intent Explosion was an active skill. As long as he had killing intent, he could use it to increase attack power. There was no need to say much about the killer's instinct. This was a passive skill similar to Spiritual Sense. Its size was about the same as Spiritual Sense, causing Yi Xian's range of perception to expand once again. The Assassination mode was also a passive skill. It allowed Yi Xian to have an extraordinary ability to conceal his aura. He could play the pig to eat the tiger. At the same time, he could passively increase attack power and speed in the dark. It was simply a godly skill. The next 2 skills were the highlight of the show. The Death Pursuit Order was the killing mark. The person who was marked with the Death Pursuit Order would be exposed at all times. Even if Yi Xian was millions of miles away from him, Yi Xian would still be able to know the other's direction. Most importantly, Yi Xian could increase his strength by fighting with the target of the Death Pursuit Order. As for the last skill, Killing Feast, it was an extremely powerful skill that was very suitable for group battles. Chapter 1205. After consuming the killing intent points to activate the Killing Feast, Yi Xian's strength would not increase. However, after killing someone, his strength would increase. To put it simply, the more he killed, the braver he would become within the time limit. This Killing God bloodline was indeed the bloodline that Yi Xian liked the most after the update. It was simply too powerful. These 6 skills were just the initial skills. In the future, Yi Xian could use Devour points to unlock new skills. For example, the Dark Night Canopy that could turn the surroundings into night, the extremely powerful Escape Skill Shadow Ratio, Scarlet Storm, Assassin's Eye, and so on. However, what made Yi Xian feel the power of the Killing God bloodline the most was a passive skill called One-Hit Kill. As long as he learned this passive skill, his attacks in the future would have a chance of triggering One-Hit Kill. As long as it was triggered, his attacks would have the effect of One-Hit Kill. Even the last level of the Connecting Heaven 9 levels, the Connecting Heaven Realm experts, would most likely die. Amazing, this is really amazing. 3 Devour points, it was worth it. Yi Xian could not help but gulp. He was originally far from the Combat Bloodline expansion bar, but now he had finally collected 6 bloodlines. In the future, I can use Devour points to fuse the Death Hunt Order with the Eyes of the Void. After the fusion, the Assassin's Eye skill will allow me to instantly teleport behind the target of the Death Hunt Order and assassinate them. Also, the unactivated Scarlet Storm can be fused with the 1,000 Ancestral Swords. The new skill, Blade Storm, is probably extremely powerful. Yi Xian was speechless. He wished he could use a large amount of Devour points to unlock all these skills. Unfortunately, he did not have them now. Ding! The host has collected 6 Void God bloodlines and above. Activating the Bloodline Fusion System. The system notified again. The 5 bloodlines that Yi Xian had fused before were all Void God bloodlines, which were very inferior. However, the current Killing God bloodline was Connecting Heaven bloodline. However, in general, the Bloodline Fusion System had finally been activated. Just as Yi Xian was about to sink into his mind to see what the Bloodline Fusion System was for, there was a sudden change in the sky. Yi Xian felt something and turned his head abruptly. He found a huge eyeball staring at him. Death's Eye? Yi Xian was frightened by the eyeball. His first reaction was that it was the Eye of Death. However, the eyeball that appeared this time was not the Eye of Death. This time, there was no aura of death. Instead, a very strange energy spread out. Then, Yi Xian saw a white gas floating out of Imo Xue's corpse and being absorbed by the huge eyeball. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the mini sky dragon from before. The mini sky dragon saved him that day but didn't kill Imo Xue because it was afraid of something. Could it be this huge eyeball that was similar to the Eye of Death? Hua! Suddenly, the giant eyeball turned and its gaze landed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was almost scared out of his wits by this glare. Back then, he had almost died from the glare of the eyes of death. Now again? Thank you, young man. Suddenly, a strange voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Who's talking? Yi Xian quivered and asked subconsciously, looking around. However, in the next moment, he focused his gaze on the huge eyeball. Could it be this huge eyeball that was talking? I am the Samsara City Lord. Thank you for killing a Samsara traveler and allowing me to absorb the Samsara will. To repay you, I can tell you one thing. You have not been reincarnated. When these words entered Yi Xian's ears, he trembled all over. What did it mean that he had not been reincarnated? Everyone had their own karmic cycle. If they died in this life, they could be reincarnated. The Samsara City Lord can see that I have not been reincarnated? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What kind of people did not have reincarnated? It was a person or a ghost spirit that had been beaten to the point that their souls were scattered. In other words, in the future, Yi Xian's fate would either be to be beaten to the point where his soul would scatter, or he would become a ghost spirit. This reincarnation thing is beyond my understanding. However, can the Samsara City Lord really see my reincarnation? Yi Xian did not believe it. Because he was a transmigrator, he had transmigrated from Earth. If the City Lord of Samsara could really see the past and the future, would he be looking at the unlucky Yi Xian or him? Or could it be that he was the unlucky Yi Xian in his past life? No, there was another possibility. Of course, your future achievements may be greater than mine. That is why my eye of reincarnation cannot see through you. The mysterious Samsara City Lord said again. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, how could he not have been reincarnated? After all, he had a clone that dominated the Bloodstone continent. His future achievements would definitely surpass the Samsara City Lord. That was why the Samsara City Lord could not see through his reincarnation. However, just as he was pondering, the huge eye of reincarnation turned into a bubble, as if it had never appeared. Previously, it was the will of death and the eye of death. Now, it is the will of reincarnation and the eye of reincarnation. What kind of expert is he? Yi Xian did not understand. However, the Samsara City Lord appeared after Mo Xue's death and absorbed the will of reincarnation in his body. Perhaps the Samsara City Lord became stronger by absorbing the will of reincarnation? Mo Xue was a rebirth realm expert. At his level, there are probably many rebirth realm experts. The Samsara City Lord might be using the will of reincarnation to increase his strength. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, it was just a guess out of curiosity. After all, he was too far away from the rebirth realm. Fortunately, the Samsara City Lord was different from the Eye of Death. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape death. However, he did not want to think too much about it because he had already sensed a powerful aura rushing towards him. The eye of perception, killer instinct, and spiritual sense made Yi Xian's senses much stronger than the average person. The assassination passive skill that he had just learned allowed him to become one with the darkness. His battle strength also increased by a lot. Even if a fulfillment realm expert appeared in the surroundings, it would be difficult for them to discover him. However, this powerful aura was following Mo Xue. The newcomer was Nailin Bing. She's here. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the white figure in front of him. His eyes flashed. Command of Death. Yi Xian immediately used the skill that he had just learned on Nailin Bing. In the next moment, a scarlet kill word appeared above Nailin Bing's head. Nailin Bing could not see or feel it. Chapter 1206. Fighting with the target of the death pursuit order can increase my strength passively. Adding on the fact that I can increase my strength passively in the dark, I might be able to fight Nailin Bing. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Nailin Bing landed beside Mo Xue's headless body. She looked at the headless body and frowned. That eye of reincarnation just now, I wonder whose it was, Nailin Bing thought to herself. In her previous life, she was a peerless expert at the same level as Mo Xue. Naturally, she knew what the eye of reincarnation was. However, there was more than one person who had the eye of reincarnation, so she was not sure who it was. However, this was not important. What was important was, who killed Imo. The wound is clean, it seems to be a sneak attack. Who has the ability to kill Imo? Could it be a fulfillment realm expert? Nailin Bing began to be vigilant. Ever since she awakened, she had been chasing after Imo. She even used her 3 days soul killer sword to injure Imo, leaving a deadly sword energy in Imo's body. This deadly sword energy would kill Imo within 3 days. In her previous life, Imo was also hit by this attack and was forced to reincarnate. However, in this life, Imo's realm was not high enough, so he was bound to die. Of course, if there was an expert helping him, Imo could have escaped. In order to prevent this from happening, Nailin Bing kept chasing after Imo to ensure his death. Now, Imo was dead, but he was not killed by Nailin Bing. This made Nailin Bing very angry. Imo's life belongs to me, the mysterious underworld duo demons. Only I can kill him. Whoever dares to touch him is courting death. Nailin Bing was furious and roared, "Who killed him? Come out." She could not sense anyone, but she had a feeling that the person who killed Imo was nearby. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Xian was hiding in the surroundings, preparing to kill Nailin Bing. Ding. Triggered random mission, kill Nailin Bing. Reward, 1 devour point. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, the system suddenly gave him a notification. Random mission, it finally appeared again. The reward this time was actually 1 devour point. How generous! How, with this devour point, I can activate a skill of the god-killing bloodline. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. However, Nailin Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and a reincarnator at that. On the other hand, he was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, and only had 1 trump card left. Killing Nailin Bing would not be an easy task. Most importantly, this random mission only had 1 day. If he didn't kill Nailin Bing within 1 day, the random mission would be invalid. I have to succeed in 1 go. Yi Xian changed his appearance, changing into a face that was unfamiliar to Nailin Bing. At the same time, he used Assassinate to hide his true level. This time, he was an assassin. Kill! Yi Xian instantly exploded with speed. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, turned into a ghost and attacked Nailin Bing. 10,000 swords returned to origin, spiritual sword formation. Yi Xian directly used his last trump card in an attempt to trap Nailin Bing. Although Nailin Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, Wei Zhentian was also at the 8th level. As long as he could trap her for 3 seconds, it would not be a problem. However, Nailin Bing was also a reincarnator and an assassin who had killed countless people. How could she be trapped so easily? You're really nearby. I want you dead. Nailin Bing held a woman's long sword in her hand and actually charged forward. Bang! 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 The gigantic sword continued to descend, but it was all easily dodged by Nailin Bing. However, Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Although Nailin Bing's speed was fast, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, could still capture her movements. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian viciously slashed his sword, and a flame dragon appeared, whistling towards Nailin Bing. What? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash? Nailin Bing was slightly surprised. Wasn't this Imo Shui's ultimate move? Imo Shui was already dead, so who else could use it? I see. At this moment, a thought flashed through Nailin Bing's mind. This person who used the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash killed Imo Shui. Perhaps, this person was Imo Shui's disciple? Imo Shui was hit by the 3 days soul-chasing sword and would definitely die within 3 days. Therefore, he asked his disciple to kill him and set up an ambush. Thinking of this, Nailin Bing's lips slightly curled up. In her previous life, she and her brother, Nailin Jie, were known as the Xianming duo. They had killed many people. Sometimes, even when they knew it was a trap, they would still take the enemy's head in the midst of tens of thousands of soldiers. Now, a mere person dared to call it an ambush? Soul-chasing sword. Nailin Bing waved her long sword, and a ray of sword energy shot out, sinking into the flame dragon. In the next moment, the flame dragon shook violently and disappeared into thin air. Another divine ability that can't be copied. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. Previously, he couldn't copy Mo Xue's peerless flame dragon slash with the Eye of Revelation because his realm wasn't high enough. Nailin Bing was also a reincarnator, so it was reasonable for her to use a divine ability that couldn't be copied. However, after this collision of true energy, Yi Xian also understood the difference between him and Nailin Bing. She could break his peerless flame dragon slash with a casual swing of her sword. This was the difference between them. After all, he had placed a death pursuit order on Nailin Bing, and he still had the enhancement of the assassination state. Luo Luo. In desperation, Yi Xian could only summon Luo Luo. Luo Luo was currently at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Her Eye of Enchantment could greatly increase the strength of Yi Xian's soul and strengthen Yi Xian's all-creation strength. If the all-creation strength increased, then Yi Xian's attack power would also increase. Luo Luo also knew that Yi Xian was fighting, so she used the Eye of Enchantment as soon as she appeared. Eye of Enchantment. A pink eyeball appeared, and as it stared, Yi Xian's soul strength increased greatly. Again! Yi Xian's strength suddenly increased, and he slashed at Nailin Bing again. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. As for Nailin Bing, after seeing the Eye of Enchantment, her footsteps paused, and her body trembled. How is this possible? How can a clansman with the Eye of Enchantment be born in a place like this? Nailin Bing was shocked. She was very familiar with the Eye of Enchantment because she was a member of the Fox clan in her previous life. She also knew the Eye of Enchantment. Mo Xue had shown killing intent when he saw Luo Luo because he was annoyed by Nailin Bing's Eye of Enchantment. I'm in a human body now, so I'm not used to it, Nailin Bing muttered to herself, and the way she looked at Luo Luo changed. However, it was better to deal with this peerless flame dragon slash first. Life Reaping Soul slash. Chapter 1207. Bang! Two different types of true chi collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This time, they were evenly matched. However, as a peerless assassin, Nailin Bing's attack was extremely fast. This sword will take your life. Nailin Bing suddenly took out an exquisite sword and swept it quickly. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. This move was her trump card. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He looked at the lightning-fast attack and thought of something. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous swords that shook the heavens descended, blocking in front of Yi Xian. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Nailin Bing's sword energy shattered the giant swords one by one. In the blink of an eye, she had destroyed dozens of swords. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was high. The 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword could not hurt Yi Xian. How dare you touch the young master? You're courting death. Luo's slender hand shook and the 7 demonic flames merged into one. Then, she threw the 7-colored lotus at Nailin Bing. 7-colored demonic flame, 7 consecutive explosions. What? Nailin Bing was shocked again because she knew this move before. It was the Fox Charm clan's ultimate technique. Not everyone knew it. It seems that this little girl is the reincarnation of an expert from the clan, Nailin Bing thought to herself. She guessed that Luo Luo was also the reincarnation of an expert from the Fox Charm clan. However, Luo Luo was younger than her by a few years, so she did not know who she was. After all, she had reincarnated before Luo Luo. Of course, it was also possible that Luo Luo was not a reincarnator and had only awakened her bloodline. However, so what if they were from the same clan? Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie had already left the Fox Charm clan. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Nailin Bing used her ultimate technique again and clashed with the 7-colored demonic flame. Shockwaves swept out again. Nailin Bing was also a member of the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Now that she had reincarnated as a human, she was not used to it. After all, there were many skills that she could not use. Therefore, she had a plan. She would first kill Yi Xian, then capture Luo Luo. Then she used a secret technique to erase Luo Luo's soul, turning Luo Luo into an empty shell. And she would replace Luo Luo. To comprehend the Eye of Charm at the age of 10, even the geniuses of the Fox Charm clan at that time were far too lacking. This was a super genius. I must get it. Nalan Bing's eyes widened, revealing a greedy expression. This expression was captured by Yi Xian. Does Nalan Bing have ulterior motives towards Luo Luo? Yi Xian was shocked. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur its wrath. Although Yi Xian was not a dragon, if anyone dared to touch his reverse scale, he would bite back even if he had to die. Die! Yi Xian was enraged and began to attack madly. The flame dragon's peerless slash consumed a lot of qi, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. In addition to the 10,000 swords in origin, the Thunder Pearl, and Lolua's suppression, he could recover. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. Previously, Yi Xian could not even deal with Mo Shui, who was at the same level. Now, he could actually fight evenly with Nalan Bing, who was 2 levels higher than him. This was not bad. However, Nalan Bing had just awakened and was not used to it. In addition, she and her brother Nalan Jie were known as the mysterious underworld duo. If they did not work together, their individual combat strength was much weaker than Mo Shui's. It was because of these two factors that Yi Xian did not lose. Instead, he had the upper hand. Not good, I don't have enough qi. Nalan Bing's expression became more and more unsightly. She had just fought with Mo Shui and chased after him for a long time. In addition, she had used the 3 days soul-stealing sword technique several times. Thus, she only had 1/5 of her qi left. She looked at Yi Xian again. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's qi should have been depleted long ago. However, he looked like he was at his peak. There was nothing strange about him. This did not make sense. One had to know that Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Yi Xian was only at the 6th level. Luluo was the same. This was too unreal. What is this brat's background? Nalan Bing could not help but think to herself. Yi Xian had changed his appearance and had the ability to assassinate. Thus, the aura that Nalan Bing felt was different from that of Yi Xian. Naturally, she would not be able to associate the two. However, now was not the time to care so much. If I see you again in the future, I will definitely take your life. Nalan Bing coldly snorted in her heart. At the same time, she deeply remembered Yi Xian's aura. If they met again in the future, she would definitely be able to recognize him. Unfortunately, she did not know that Yi Xian was the person she wanted to frame that day. Whoosh! Nalan Bing immediately turned into a flash of white light and flew into the distance. Good heavens, a reincarnator is actually a coward. Don't go! Yi Xian immediately chased after her. Nalan Bing was about to reach the end of her strength. Once the qi in her body was depleted, she would have less than 50% of her battle strength left. This was the best time to kill her. As long as he killed Nalan Bing, Yi Xian would complete the random mission and be rewarded with 1 devour point. He could also use it to activate the god-slaying bloodline ability. Yi Xian was determined to kill Nalan Bing. He definitely could not let her escape. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. However, Nalan Bing's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Yi Xian. Fortunately, Nalan Bing had the death warrant. Even if they were separated by a planet, Yi Xian could clearly sense her direction until she died. The death warrant ignored distance, and that was what was truly terrifying about it. Young master, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of familiarity from Nalan Bing. While chasing after Nalan Bing, Luo Luo suddenly said, "What sense of familiarity?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and could not help but ask. I don't know. After her awakening, her aura felt familiar. Perhaps, she was also from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life. Luo Luo shook her head. Fox Charm clan? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. If Nalan Bing was from the Fox Charm clan in her previous life, she might have reincarnated into a human to restore the body of a Fox clan member. No wonder Nalan Bing looked at Luo Luo like that. So this was the reason. If that's the case, then you deserve to die even more. Yi Xian looked at Nalan Bing's back and killing intent surged. Although he had already fused with the god-slaying bloodline, he could not use the death warrant other than the initial few abilities. The killing feast required killing intent to activate. However, Yi Xian had not killed a single person since fusing with the bloodline, so he did not have killing intent. Chapter 1208. Fortunately, Yi Xian's assassination state could increase his movement speed and combat strength in the dark. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't shaken off by Nailin Bing so quickly. Once Nailin Bing's true qi was exhausted, she would die. However, things weren't as simple as Yi Xian thought. Just as Nailin Bing was about to leave Yi Xian's range of perception, an aura suddenly rushed in. A fulfillment realm expert? Yi Xian was shocked. Was it someone from the Northern Heavens Academy, the Underworld, or the Moon Worship Demonic Sect? If it was the Underworld or the Moon Worship Demonic Sect, he still had a chance to kill Nailin Bing. However, if it was a Northern Heavens Academy scholar, then there was no chance. Bing, or a father has finally found you. A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He originally hoped that it would be an expert from the Underworld or the Moon Worship Demonic Sect. However, he didn't expect it to be Nailin Bing's father, Nailin Hao. Nailin Hao was an expert at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. At this moment his aura was slightly weak. He was probably injured, which was why Yi Xian thought he was at the first stage of the fulfillment realm. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He had to admit that his luck was bad again. At this time, Nailin Bing was actually found. What the F***? Father, someone is chasing me. Although Nailin Bing was a reincarnator, she still pretended to be a frightened little bird. Which scoundrel is it? Come out. Nailin Hao was furious. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Whoosh whoosh. This giant palm brushed past Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was hit by this palm, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. As expected of a second stage of the fulfillment realm expert. Even if he's injured, he's definitely not someone I can fight against. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he was in the assassination state and hid in the dark. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. However, it seemed that he had to leave now because he didn't have the confidence to kill Nailin Bing under Nailin Hao's watch. Go! Yi Xian decisively tore open the void and left. It seemed that the random mission of killing Nailin Bing would not be completed. After Yi Xian left, Nailin Bing let out a sigh of relief. With her outstanding intuition, she knew that Yi Xian should have given up on pursuing her. From beginning to end, she did not know who Yi Xian was. However, the Fox Charm clan that could use the Eye of Charm was relatively easy to investigate. As long as that little fox appeared, then she could find out who was chasing after her. Bing, are you all right? Nailin Hao hastily asked. I'm fine. Nailin Bing shook her head. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that she had no other choice, she wouldn't reincarnate. This was because she had parents in her previous life. Now that she had one more parent in this life, she felt a little strange. Fortunately, she was someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years, while Nailin Hao was not even 100 years old, so she was too lazy to care too much. Bing, how did you escape? Nailin Hao couldn't help but ask. An expert who was passing by saved me. Nailin Bing casually made up an excuse. She didn't want to reveal the matter of the reincarnator, even if the other party was her father in this life. If Nailin Hao found out and accidentally leaked it, then they would be in trouble. Their enemies in their previous life would probably come together to eliminate them. So it's like this? Nailin Hao slightly nodded and said, This is not the place to talk. Let's go back first, then we'll start investigating your brother's whereabouts. Just now, he was chasing after the scarred assassin, but he couldn't catch up. So he immediately turned around and found Nailin Bing. Nailin Bing nodded. She wanted to find Nailin Jie as soon as possible and awaken him. At the same time, she also knew that the person who ordered to find them was definitely their enemy. Before they rose up, she would capture them first and then play with them as she wanted. After breaking open the void and leaving, Yi Xian once again used the Eye of the Void and returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. But this time, he had already returned to his original appearance. If he stood in front of Nailin Bing, she might not be able to recognize him. Nailin Bing of the mysterious underworld twin demons wanted to kill me before she awakened. But now that she's awakened, She's a 1,000-year-old monster. She probably won't lower herself to kill me. Yi Xian secretly thought in his heart. Although he didn't know why Nailin Bing wanted to kill him before she awakened, Nailin Bing had 1,000 years of memories and was extremely arrogant. She probably wouldn't continue to plot against Yi Xian. Of course, this wasn't certain. Maybe Nailin Bing's heart was lustful and wanted to kill him when she saw a handsome person? At the same time, as long as Yi Xian didn't reveal the peerless flame dragon / 10,000 swords return to origin, Nailin Bing wouldn't know that he was the one who chased after her. As for why he wanted to return to the Northern Heavens Academy, it was because there was something he coveted there. After fusing with the god of slaughter bloodline, other than killing people to obtain killing intent, I can also devour some treasures to obtain killing intent. Yi Xian looked at the peak of the Northern Heavens mountain and fell into deep thought. The thing he coveted was the kill symbol art. The kill symbol art was the creation of the Northern Heavens Academy's founder, the Slaughter Scholar. If he devoured this treasure, he would definitely obtain a large amount of killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to increase his attack power. Yi Xian re-entered the Northern Heavens Academy. At this time, the outer courtyard was filled with corpses and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. However, most of the corpses belonged to the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld. Yi Xian quickly passed through the outer courtyard and arrived at the inner courtyard. There was also a large amount of corpses here. However, at this time, the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were gathered in front of a stone wall. Yi Xian hurriedly went over to take a look and found an old man nailed to the stone wall. There were a total of 6 swords stabbed into his body. However, this old man wasn't dead yet. There was still a trace of life left. There were also 2 corpses on the ground. They were both scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were all fulfillment realm experts. Who would have thought that 2 of them would fall this time? At this time, there were still 2 scholars beside the dying old man. They continuously used their spiritual senses to check the old man's injuries. Sigh, this is troublesome. The moon-worship demonic sect actually had someone who mastered the 7 profound demonic sword array. Although Elder Lu didn't get hit by the 7th sword, these 6 swords have already made the 2 scholars anxious. If this 7 profound demonic sword array is hit by the 7th sword, no one can save him. Fortunately, Elder Lu only got hit by 6 swords. As long as the Dean returns, Elder Lu will definitely be saved. It's a pity that the Dean went to chase after that expert from the underworld. He hasn't returned yet. This moon-worship demonic sect is really cunning. They took advantage of the time when our Northern Heavens Academy scholars were out to attack. If the Dean was here, he would definitely not let them return. Chapter 1209. The old scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were discussing softly. The Elder Lu they were talking about was the old man with the 6 swords stuck in his body. His aura was extremely weak and he would probably die in a while. You too, don't waste your energy. This old man is powerless. You should set up a defense to prevent the experts from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld from returning. Elder Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. Elder Lu, don't speak. We can suppress your injuries and wait for the Dean to return. A middle-aged scholar said. Elder Lu was an expert at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm and had already established 2 natal palaces. In this battle, he had killed several fulfillment realm experts, but in the end, he was ambushed and severely injured by a moon-worship demonic sect expert. The 2 first-stage fulfillment realm scholars were helpless against the 7 profound devil sword array. Therefore, they were waiting for the 2nd-stage fulfillment realm expert, Nailin Hao, to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Elder Lu wouldn't be able to wait for Nailin Hao's return. Even if Nailin Hao rushed back with Nailin Bing, it would take at least 2 hours. Elder Lu wouldn't be able to hold on for more than half an hour. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Other than Nailin Bing, the rest of the people he had seen from the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. However, at this moment, Yi Xian glanced at the mission system and saw that there was a mission to save Elder Lu. Save Elder Lu. Pull out the 6 swords in order. If Elder Lu survives, the host will be rewarded with 2 million inner demon pills. This was the mission. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would rarely accept missions from the mission system. After all, it was time-consuming and exhausting. However, the mission in front of him had a generous reward. If the treatment was successful, Elder Lu would owe him a favor. Since there's this mission, it means that I can complete it. However, will the two scholars let me save Elder Lu? Yi Xian wondered in his heart. The two scholars wanted to suppress Elder Lu's injuries and wait for Nalin Hao to return. However, Yi Xian knew that Nalin Hao couldn't return before then. If I can't save him, I'm afraid that I'll be a sinner. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Earlier he had observed for a while. Relying on the eye of revelation, he was able to discern some clues. If he was allowed to ponder over it, he might really be able to successfully treat the patient. Teachers, why don't you let me try? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and clasped his fist. His words immediately attracted the attention of the several hundred scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the two Fulfillment Realm scholars. The middle-aged academician looked at Yi Xian in shock. However, the other academician recognized Yi Xian. Yi Xian, is that you? When the white-haired elder turned around and realized that it was Yi Xian, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was only at this moment that Yi Xian realized that one of the two academicians in front of him looked familiar. This white-haired old man was the one who had given him the advancement test. Teachers, Elder Lu's injuries are getting worse. If we don't treat him quickly, I'm afraid that. However, I have a few methods that might be able to break this 7 profound devil sword formation. Yi Xian slowly said. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Earlier, the surrounding people's attention had been on Elder Lu. They were worried about Elder Lu's injuries and did not notice Yi Xian, who was emitting a large amount of killing intent, approaching. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal himself, he had attracted many people's attention. You have a method? The white-haired elder recognized Yi Xian and asked in shock. Right now, Elder Lu's true qi has been separated into more than 10 segments by the 6 devil swords. If we don't pull out the 6 devil swords, the true qi of others will not be able to enter and suppress the injuries. What method do you have? The middle-aged academician asked. Yes, this junior knows. That's why I have to ponder over it. Yi Xian nodded and said. At the manifestation realm, one would have spiritual sense. However, spiritual sense was not omnipotent. This 7 profound devil sword formation prevented spiritual sense from entering. The middle-aged academician and the white-haired elder's spiritual sense were both blocked by the first devil sword, so it was very difficult for them to suppress the injuries. What they said just now was only to give Elder Lu some hope. Although Elder Lu has only been hit by 6 of the 7 profound devil sword formation, this 7 profound devil sword formation is the ultimate technique of the moon worship demonic sect. If the sword of the person who is hit is suddenly pulled out, it will cause the true qi in the injured person's body to flow backward and then explode. Therefore, we have to deduce the direction of the true qi flow after the sword is pulled out. Otherwise, the first sword may take Elder Lu's life, the middle-aged academician reminded again. Simply put, there had to be the correct order for the sword to be pulled out. Otherwise, Elder Lu would die instantly. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Save Elder Lu. Completion of the reward. The Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye will merge. If the reward is failed, the Eye of Illusion will not be able to be used anymore. Will the host accept this random mission? At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. This random mission came too suddenly, causing Yi Xian to be shocked. If the mission was successful, the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye would merge and create a new skill. If the mission failed, the Eye of Illusion would be useless in the future. This random mission could be accepted or rejected. Yi Xian once again fell into deep thought. Although he had the bloodline of a formation-breaking master, this bloodline was too low level. The 7 profound devil sword formation was the ultimate technique of the moon worship demonic sect, so the bloodline of a formation-breaking master was completely useless. However, Yi Xian had another thing. Yi Xian did not remember to accept the random mission. Instead, he used the Eye of Revelation to observe the true qi flow in Elder Lu's body. However, there were many functions that could not be called a system, such as a map. Yi Xian rarely used this kind of function, but he remembered it today. Record the direction of the true qi flow in Elder Lu's body and begin to deduce the situation after the 6 devil swords are pulled out. Yi Xian began to use it. These 6 devil swords were respectively stabbed into Elder Lu's 2 shoulders, right chest, left abdomen, and right thigh. Now, Yi Xian began to deduce the situation after one of the devil swords was pulled out. Would Elder Lu live or die? Kid, I know my injuries best. Even if the dean returns, I'm afraid he won't be able to save me in a short time. I can't hold on for that long. If you have a way, then do it. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Elder Lu, who was on the verge of death, said in a weak voice. Elder Lu, don't worry. I'm still in the midst of the deduction. I'll be done soon. Yi Xian said with a solemn expression. Chapter 12:10. Although the 7 profound demon sword formation was not a fulfillment realm divine ability, it was so tricky that even fulfillment realm experts would shrink back. Even we can't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation. Can this kid really figure it out? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it, but they couldn't do anything now. Moreover, Yi Xian was only calculating and hadn't made a move yet, so he could only watch. Because it could also be considered a supercomputer. Its calculation speed was off the charts. Yi Xian had spent a lot of super-devouring crystals to calculate the order of drawing the 7 profound demon sword formation. At the beginning, it was calculating how to draw the demon sword on his left shoulder first. After careful calculation, the demon sword on his left shoulder was the first sword to be drawn. After it was drawn, the true qi wouldn't flow backward, so Elder Lu wouldn't die. Then, the system started to calculate the order of the second demon sword, which was on his right shoulder. However, this order was wrong. During the calculation, Elder Lu exploded and died. Then, the next step would be his left shoulder, then his right chest. In the end, Elder Lu still exploded and died. Left shoulder, left abdomen. Explode. Left shoulder, right abdomen. Explode. Left shoulder, right thigh. Success. This calculation method wasn't much different from a math problem, but it was many times more difficult because not everyone could calculate the direction of true qi flow. However, it was possible. After a while, ding! Calculation successful. The system notified. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It didn't disappoint him. It's done! Yi Xian exclaimed. What? The surrounding people were shocked. The calculation was completed? Yi Xian, you calculated it? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it. Even he couldn't figure out the 7 profound demon sword formation, but Yi Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, actually had a solution? The other middle-aged scholar also couldn't believe it. Not only that, but the hundreds of scholars around them were the same. That's right. I've already calculated it. Yi Xian nodded and said, This is the first time I've seen the 7 profound demon sword formation. But if I'm not wrong, the 7th demon sword should be on the left thigh. That's right. The 7 profound devil sword formation is divided into the shoulders, thighs, abdomen, and right chest. The white-haired elder nodded in astonishment. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing the 7 profound devil sword array, but he was able to calculate the location of the 7th devil sword. He was indeed quite capable. This sentence received the affirmation of many people. Elder Lu had only been hit 6 times, and the 7th demonic sword had not hit him. Otherwise, he would have already died. However, Yi Xian was actually able to deduce the position of the 7th demon sword. Perhaps he really did deduce the order in which the swords were drawn. In this 7 profound demon sword formation, the order of the 7 demon swords can be changed, so there are countless ways to draw the swords. Did you really deduce it? The middle-aged academician couldn't believe it and asked again. In the past, during the war between the Northern Heavens Academy and the Moon Worship Demonic Sect, there was an academician who had been hit by the 7 profound demon sword formation. At that time, an expert had deduced a way to draw the swords, which allowed the academician to survive. However, that injured person had only been hit 5 times. Now there were 6. I'm 99% sure. Yi Xian solemnly replied. In fact, he was 100% sure, but if he was too confident, it would make the people around him doubt him. However, 99% was still very impressive. 99%? The white-haired elder was stunned. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this time, the incomparably weak elder Lu opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, then come. Even if you die, I won't blame you." He was already at the end of his life. In another 10 minutes, he would probably die. Thus, they couldn't delay any longer. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be to treat him. Thus, they had to do it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the white-haired elder and the middle-aged academician, trying to get their permission. Elder Lu can't hold on for that long. "Alright, come on. If you dare to fail, I'll beat you to death." The white-haired elder nodded. "Come on. If you can save Elder Lu, the dean will definitely reward you greatly." The middle-aged academician also nodded. They estimated that Elder Lu only had 10 minutes left. Within these 10 minutes, even if the dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Nalen Hao, returned, he wouldn't be able to save him. Now, they could only treat a dead horse as a living one. When the surrounding scholars heard this, they held their breaths and didn't dare to disturb. "All right." Yi Xian received the agreement of the three and immediately nodded. As his voice fell, a wave of all creation's strength wrapped around the demon sword on Elder Lu's left shoulder. Rip! This demon sword was pulled out by Yi Xian using all creation strength. The first demon sword was pulled out. As long as the deduction wasn't wrong, Elder Lu's true chi wouldn't flow backward, and he wouldn't explode and die. Clang! This demon sword fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. Puff! As this demon sword was pulled out, Elder Lu coughed out another mouthful of blood. However, the true chi in his body didn't flow backward. It's done, it's done. His true chi didn't flow backward. This sequence is correct. Amazing, amazing. This junior brother really deduced it. Elder Lu can be saved. Ha! Elder Lu's body is still strong. How could he die at the hands of the moon-worship demonic sect? The surrounding disciples all revealed hopeful expressions. When the white-haired elder saw that the sequence was correct, his eyes lit up. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out by Yi Xian. No one knew if he really deduced the sequence or if he got it right. If the second demon sword was pulled out successfully, the probability would be 1 in 30. For the third demon sword, the probability would be 1 in 120. "Shut up, all of you. Be quiet," the middle-aged academician hurriedly shouted. The surroundings immediately quieted down. "Kid, you're quite capable. Come on." Elder Lu felt that the true chi in his left shoulder had returned to normal. He hurriedly suppressed the injury on his left shoulder. But Yi Xian nodded. Then, he wrapped the hilt of a demon sword with the power of all creations. Rip. This demon sword that was stuck in Elder Lu's right thigh was pulled out. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Elder Lu. His true chi didn't flow backward. Elder Lu was fine. The first demon sword had a 1 in 6 chance of being pulled out. However, the second demon sword had a 1 in 30 chance of being pulled out correctly. Yi Xian probably really deduced the sequence of the sword. He's saved. Elder Lu is saved. Everyone's hearts were boiling. Yi Xian was very confident. Since he said that the deduction was successful, it must be successful. Chapter 12:11. Left shoulder, right thigh, left abdomen, right chest, right shoulder, right abdomen. 6 demonic swords were pulled out by Yi Xian in an instant. At the same time, old Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was alive. Everyone looked at the 6 demonic swords on the ground, their hearts filled with shock. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. They didn't even have time to react. Everyone was stunned. Old Lu. The white-haired old man reacted immediately. He hurriedly rushed forward to check. The middle-aged scholar did the same. After checking, he found that old Lu's life wasn't in danger, but he was very weak. "Don't look, I'm fine." Old Lu leaned against the stone wall and said in a weak voice, "I never thought that you could really save my life. In fact, There were people who suspected that Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect. However, if Yi Xian was a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect, why did he save old Lu? If he waited a little longer, old Lu would die. Why did he expose himself? The middle-aged scholar and the white-haired old man also thought about this. They never thought that Yi Xian would really succeed. Lu Wanli, killed nearly 10,000 people a few decades ago. After that, I almost went berserk. Then, I joined the Northern Heavens Academy and began to cultivate my mind. As old Lu spoke, he took out a scroll from his universe ring and said, "This is what I wrote before I joined the Northern Heavens Academy. Now that you've saved my life, I'll use this to repay you." This scroll fell into Yi Xian's hands. Before Yi Xian opened it, he felt a murderous aura. 10,000 words blood scroll? The middle-aged scholar was shocked. The 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th on the famous works list. It was a treasure of the Northern Heavens Academy. He never thought that old Lu would give it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also shocked. He only saved old Lu because of the random mission. He never thought that he would receive such a big gift. Although the 10,000 words blood scroll was ranked 6th, it could intimidate everyone like the kill word art, even if the enemy didn't cultivate demonic arts. I can no longer display the power of the 10,000 words blood scroll. You have a dense murderous aura. This 10,000 words blood scroll is more suitable for you. Old Lu said. Thank you, old Lu. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked old Lu. At the same time, the system notification sound of notifications. Ding. Host has completed the mission of saving Elder Lu. The reward is 2 million inner demon pills. Ding. Host has completed the random mission, Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye Fuse. Host has learned the Scorching Hell. 3 consecutive system notifications, 3 old Lu, Yi Xian, old Lu, old He Lu, old Lu, old Yi, old of Avai. The Scorching Hell was a new skill created by the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was a combination of illusion and mental attack. Its effect was stronger and more convenient. Yi Lu and felt Yi Lu to it of Yi old 1000 of course. Everyone, don't tell anyone about what happened today. The white-haired old man hurriedly said. The 10,000 words blood scroll originally belonged to old Lu. Therefore, he didn't have the authority to ask about it. It was reasonable for old Lu to use it to repay his life-saving grace. However, a treasure like the 10,000 words blood scroll had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. This matter had to be concealed. If outsiders knew about it, Yi Xian would be in trouble. The surrounding people were all old scholars, and they all remembered this point. Okay, everyone go and set up a defense. Then clean up the corpses. The middle-aged scholar said. In this battle, the White Northern Heavens Academy's losses were relatively small. However, they still lost 100 scholars from the inner courtyard and countless from the outer courtyard. As for the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins, they lost at least 3 times more people. Old Lu was also sent to a hidden place by the white-haired old man and the middle-aged scholar to treat his injuries. The other scholars stood guard outside the Northern Heavens Academy to prevent the enemy from launching another sneak attack. After obtaining the 10,000 words blood scroll, Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. There was a scarlet kill word that ordinary people couldn't see. Nailin Bing will probably return in 1 or 2 hours. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Not even an hour had passed since the random mission to kill Nailin Bing. Yi Xian still had 23 hours to complete it. Now that he had obtained the 10,000 words blood scroll, he could directly devour it and convert it into killing intent. At that time, he could use the killing intent explosion to fight Nailin Bing again. Unfortunately, when Nailin Bing returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, there would definitely be a fulfillment realm expert protecting her. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't complete this mission. Forget it, I'll give up for now. Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. Of course, if the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins launched another sneak attack before Nailin Bing returned, he might be able to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, he might not succeed in killing Nailin Bing. After all, he had changed his identity. However, the assassins from the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld probably wouldn't come for a while. After 1 or 2 hours, the Northern Heavens Academy experts who went out to kill the underworld returned. At the same time, Nailin Hao and Nailin Bing also returned. The dean is back. After hearing this news, everyone quickly gathered together. Dean, where's Nailin Jie? A Fulfillment Realm academician asked. We couldn't catch him. He ran away. Nailin Hao said helplessly. Fortunately, he had saved Nailin Bing. Otherwise, this loss would be too great. Dean, the dead scholars have been buried. As for the corpses of the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld assassins, they are all piled up in the back mountain. The expert continued to report. Did you capture anyone alive? Nailin Hao frowned and asked. Yes, we captured a few 8th level Nether Passage Realm moon worship demonic sect members and a 9th level Nether Passage Realm assassin. The expert nodded. We must find the moon worship demonic sect's nest and the whereabouts of my son, Nailin Jie. Nailin Hao said sternly. The expert quickly left. At this time, Yi Xian, who was mixed in the crowd, looked at Nailin Bing, who had the word kill above her head, and felt an unbearable impulse in his bones. His mission target was close at hand. As long as he killed Nailin Bing, he could complete the random mission and obtain a devouring point. However, Nailin Hao was now beside Nailin Bing. No matter what, he couldn't kill Nailin Bing. Fortunately, Nailin Bing didn't notice anything. This was because Yi Xian used the assassination state and changed his aura that day. After Dean Nailin Hao returned, he began to take charge of the situation. Soon, the Northern Heavens Academy returned to normal. However, this time, 3 experts had died. In addition to that, there were also hundreds of inner courtyard scholars. It was very painful. Dean, I have one more thing. Chapter 12:12. What? Nailin Hao asked in astonishment. In the previous battle, Elder Lu was ambushed by the remnants of the moon worship demonic sect. He was hit by 6 of the 7 profound magic sword formation. The middle-aged scholar slowly said. After hearing this, Nailin Hao suddenly remembered that Elder Lu wasn't present. He hurriedly asked, 7 profound magic sword formation, how is Elder Lu now? He's fine now. Just now, a student successfully broke the 7 profound magic sword formation and saved Elder Lu. At the same time, Elder Lu bestowed the student with a 10,000-word blood scroll as a reward. The middle-aged scholar said. Broke the 7 profound magic sword formation? Nailin Hao felt that it was inconceivable. He asked, my Northern Heavens Academy actually has such a student. Who is it? Yi Xian, why aren't you coming out yet? The white-haired elder reminded him. Helpless, Yi Xian could only slowly walk out from the crowd. Just now, he was mixed in the crowd, so Nailin Bing didn't notice him. However, when he walked out, Nailin Bing's attention fell on him. It's him? Nailin Bing raised her eyebrows as she recognized Yi Xian. However, she didn't recognize Yi Xian as the person who had chased after her. Instead, she recognized him as the one who had entered her room before her awakening. At that time, after seeing Yi Xian's silent night thoughts, she was afraid that Yi Xian's literary talent would surpass that of her brother, Nailin Jie. Therefore, she wanted to frame Yi Xian. After her awakening, she had recovered 1,000 years of memories. Naturally, she wouldn't do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had seen some things that he shouldn't have seen. Furthermore, to prevent this matter from leaking out and ruining her reputation, Nailin Bing didn't want to see it. Therefore, when Nailin Bing looked at Yi Xian, there was a trace of killing intent that was difficult to detect. If there was a chance, she would definitely eliminate Yi Xian. With such dense killing intent, he actually passed the advancement test? The Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nailin Hao, had a face of disbelief when he saw Yi Xian. Yes, I personally tested him. He can even memorize CIU's record. The white-haired old man stepped forward to prove to Yi Xian. Nailin Hao quietly looked at Yi Xian. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that Yi Xian was not simple. At this moment, the white-haired elder continued. Dean, he also composed a poem. After the appraisal of the appraisal hall, this poem's ranking is even higher than the 10,000-word blood calligraphy. What? When these words entered Nalen Hao's ears, it caused his body to tremble. You're saying that Silent Night thought was composed by him? Not bad. The white-haired old man nodded. So it's him. Very good, I can help make that Silent Night thought into a treasure. If the person who made the poem did it himself, the effect would be even higher. However, your realm is too low. Nalen Hao said somewhat helplessly. Let's give the quiet night to the academy, Yi Xian said generously. Then I thank you on behalf of the academy. Nalen Hao did not hold back. He had seen that Silent Night thought before. Even he might not be able to compose such a poem. If it was made into a treasure, it would definitely be a demon-suppressing weapon. At that time, he could even make a large number of counterfeits for the academy scholars to use. After Nalen Hao finished speaking, he took out a bag of items and handed it over to Yi Xian. These 10 million inner demon pills are your reward. I hope you can compose a better poem. Thank you. Yi Xian did not say anything as he accepted the 10 million inner demon pills. This time, he had really made a huge profit. If these 10 million inner demon pills were exchanged for ores and heavenly treasures, it would be enough to shock the heavens and allow Luo Luo to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Not only that, Yi Xian could also break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Okay, everyone can disperse. Dean Nalen Hao waved his hand, and the surrounding students dispersed. This matter was not over yet. Because Nalen Jie was still kidnapped, the higher-ups of the Northern Heavens Academy had to discuss this matter and come up with a strategy. This enmity must be avenged. As for Nalen Bing, she also left with Nalen Hao and the rest. However, before she left, she shot a deep glance at Yi Xian. It shouldn't be because she discovered me, but because she had the intention to kill me. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In this world, everyone would hold grudges. Although Nalen Bing was the one who did it, after awakening, she still held a grudge against Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if Nalen Bing had the chance, she would definitely eliminate him. Yi Xian looked at Nalen Bing's back as she left. Although he could no longer see her figure, the word kill on top was extremely eye-catching. The death hunting order would not disappear even if he went to the ends of the earth. Yi Xian immediately went to the refining hall of the Inner Academy and exchanged a large amount of inner demon pills for ores and heavenly treasures. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Thunder Pearl has broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 7 Nether Passage stage. 3 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian's strength had a qualitative leap. However, he still didn't have the confidence to kill Nalen Bing. The Northern Heavens Academy already knows that the targets are Nalen Bing and Nalen Jie. They will definitely send experts to protect me. Even Nalen Hao won't leave my side. Unless I'm alone, I have no chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red word, kill, on top of the Northern Heavens mountain and thought of a solution. Right, I haven't looked at the bloodline fusion system. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this matter. Previously, the bloodline fusion system hadn't been activated because he hadn't fused 6 bloodlines. Now that he had 6 bloodlines, he had already activated the bloodline fusion system before the fight with Nalen Bing. However, he had forgotten to check it. Yi Xian immediately started to check it. Although it had been activated, he still couldn't use the bloodline fusion system. The bloodline fusion system was to fuse 2 bloodlines of the same type. For example, the Sword God bloodline and the Slaughter God bloodline. Then, a new bloodline would appear. This new bloodline would be more powerful than the previous 2. The Slaughter God bloodline is the best. It seems that I will have to use fusion in the future to obtain a stronger bloodline. Yi Xian said inwardly. This bloodline fusion system required the devouring origin or devouring point. Therefore, it couldn't be used at the moment. After that, Yi Xian discovered that after the bloodline fusion system was activated, there were additional functions. For example, recycling. For example, he could exchange the previous miscellaneous bloodlines for super devouring crystals. Even skills could be used. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword, devouring point. Eye of Nirvana, devouring point. Eye of decomposition, devouring point. This list contained all the skills that Yi Xian could recycle. It's really difficult. These skills are quite useful. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Chapter 12:13. However, the return of 10,000 swords had only leveled up once. Currently, it was at 1,000 swords. If it leveled up to 10,000 swords in the future, it would be awesome. Furthermore, the Scarlet Storm in the God of Slaughter bloodline could be fused with the 10,000 swords returned to origin, fusing into the Sword Storm. Forget it, I'll retract the tyrannical emperor's limitless sword. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The tyrannical emperor's boundless sword was an AoE skill. The fact that this skill was worth 1 devour point was out of Yi Xian's expectations. This was because even the Nirvana I only had half a devour point. Ding! The tyrannical emperor's boundless sword has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 devour point. The system prompted. Now, Yi Xian could no longer use the tyrannical emperor's limitless sword, but he had 1 more devour point. Coincidentally, this devouring point could be used to exchange for the growth contract. Then, he could make the rumbling thunder pearl like Wei Zhentian. This was originally Yi Xian's plan. However, Yi Xian suddenly changed his plans. If that was the case, he might as well pawn off the thunder pearl as well. Ding! Thunder Dragon's Roar and Heavenly Thunder Apocalypse have been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 devour points. Now, Yi Xian had a total of 3 devour points. Under the Slaughter God bloodline, there were still a few skills that had not been unlocked. These required devour points to exchange for. At that moment, Yi Xian expended 2 devour points to activate his ultimate skill, Scarlet Storm. Ding! Scarlet Storm activated successfully. The system prompted again. This move was one of the super powerful skills of the God of Slaughter bloodline. Its power was probably not inferior to the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Moreover, the cooldown time was the same as the 10,000 swords returned to origin, 3 days. However, this Scarlet Storm could fuse with the 10,000 ancestral swords. Ding! Do you want to fuse Scarlet Storm and 10,000 swords into one? Fusion requires 1 devour point. Ding! Fusion of powers. Ding! Host has learned Blade Storm, 1,000 swords. After a few system announcements, Yi Xian mastered the most powerful attack skill to date. Ding! The Spiritual Sword Array has been successfully retrieved. The host has obtained 1 devour point. This notification sound was out of Yi Xian's expectations. Only then did he remember that there was a sub-skill of 10,000 swords in origin, Spiritual Sword Array. Not bad, not bad. I got a little more. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Blade Storm. This skill also had a cooldown of 3 days, but its power was probably several times stronger than 10,000 swords returned to origin. However, it was a pity that this move required killing intent to use. After using it, Wei Zhentian could turn into thousands of blood swords and cut the enemy into minced meat. At the same time, the Blade Storm also had a passive effect, which was that the more people killed, the stronger the Blade Storm would become. It was a bit like a killing feast. Worth it, it's really worth it. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Although he had lost his 3 skills, he now had a powerful trump card. At this moment, he hoped to be able to fight with Nailin Bing the most. Would Nailin Bing be able to withstand the storm of swords? Even if Nailin Bing was a reincarnator, she would not be able to escape death from the sword storm. Now that he had this additional point, Yi Xian decided to fuse his skills again. Ding! Would you like to fuse the Deathly Hunt command with the Eyes of the Void? Fusion requires 1 devour point. Ding! Fusion. Ding! Host has learned Assassin's Eye. The fusion this time was a little different from the previous one. After Scarlet Storm and 10,000 swords fused, both skills disappeared, leaving only the Blade Storm. However, this fusion did not cause the Deathly Hunt command and Eyes of the Void to disappear. Instead, there was an additional skill called Assassin's Eye. With this Assassin's Eye, I can immediately appear behind Nailin Bing and assassinate her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This move was very practical. However, Nailin Bing was currently being protected, so he could not use it for the time being. All the blood in my body is boiling. Nailin Bing, give me a chance to assassinate you. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red kill character in the distance and roared in his heart. Scorching Hell, Blade Storm, and Assassin's Eye. These 3 new skills made Yi Xian's battle intent explode. With his current realm, if he used Blade Storm, he might even be able to kill a Fulfillment Realm expert. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have the chance. Very quickly, a day had passed. During this day, the entire Northern Heavens Academy was in a state of alert. At the same time, many scholars went out to inform the academicians outside. Yi Xian was also waiting for an opportunity. Soon, it was time for the random mission to kill Nailin Bing. Once the time was up, there would be no more rewards for killing Nailin Bing. It seems that there is no other way. Yi Xian was very helpless. At this time, he felt the group of Fulfillment Realm academicians move. Everyone gather. A familiar voice echoed in the air. Soon, all the scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy gathered. Nailin Hao descended from the sky and began to speak. From the mouths of the moon-worship demonic cult's remaining members and the assassins of the underworld, we obtained the location of the moon-worship demonic cult's hiding place. Therefore, I have decided to mobilize all of our forces. This time, we must eliminate the moon-worship demonic cult. Hearing this, all the scholars present boiled up. This time, they must eliminate the roots. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the moon-worship demonic sect rose again. Dean, what about eldest senior brother? Suddenly, someone asked. The eldest senior brother he spoke of was Nailin Jie, who was kidnapped by the scarred assassin. Nailin Jie's life shouldn't be in danger. This time, the elimination of the moon-worship demonic sect is the key. We will talk about this later. Nailin Hao said. If the moon-worship demonic sect was not eliminated, more people in the Northern Heavens Academy would die in the future. Therefore, it must be carried out first. Hearing this, Yi Xian admired Nailin Hao in his heart. No wonder he could become the dean. I have already interrogated the location of the moon-worship demonic sect's headquarters. This time, we will be too big of a target. Therefore, I have already sent people to find the old dean and prepare to ride the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Nailin Hao said. The Northern Heavens Academy had only been opened recently. Before that, the people in the academy couldn't not leave their homes. The old dean of the Northern Heavens Academy was a private teacher in a small village. Everyone, wait for half a day. After half a day, we will set off. Nailin Hao said. Just as he finished speaking, a golden ray of light suddenly swept over from the horizon, followed by a sharp cry. It's the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, the old dean is back. The last time we saw the old dean was last year. I wonder if the old dean's realm has increased again? This time, many experts of the moon-worship demonic sect have died. We will definitely be able to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 12:14. Soon, the golden light arrived above everyone's heads, and a figure slowly descended. Nailin Hao, what's going on? The person who descended was an old man. He had a thin figure and wore coarse hemp clothes. If they met outside, no one would think that he was the previous dean of the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongcheng. There were a few families in the Northern Heavens Academy, and the frivolous scholar Tang Yuanlong was Tang Hongcheng's grandson. In addition, the middle-aged scholar who was with old Lu was Tang Yuanlong's father. As for the white-haired elder who took the test for Yi Xian, he was Tang Hongcheng's younger brother, Tang Hongyang. He was also Tang Yuanlong's second grandfather. What's going on? After Tang Hongcheng appeared, he frowned. Master, the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld have joined forces to launch a sneak attack on the Northern Heavens Academy. This time, I want to eradicate the moon-worship demonic sect, so I'm asking you to come out. Nailin Hao directly explained the situation. The moon-worship demonic sect sure has guts. Tang Hongcheng coldly snorted and said, Have you notified the others? I've already sent people to notify the scholars outside. I estimate that they will arrive in half a day. Nailin Hao nodded. Good, this time, we must clean up the moon-worship demonic sect, or else they will rise again. Tang Hongcheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although the Northern Heavens Academy didn't like killing, they wouldn't be merciful to the moon-worship demonic sect. Soon, half a day passed. After half a day, Close to 10 scholars outside returned. Other than Tang Hongchang, there were also 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts. This time, they must annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect in one fell swoop. Okay, everyone come up. Outside the Northern Heavens Academy, Tang Hongchang stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and shouted. Then all the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy jumped on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. There were more than 400 people. Previously, when the Northern Heavens Academy was in seclusion, only teachers and scholars who met people they liked would bring them back. Therefore, there weren't many scholars in the academy. However, this wasn't something that the moon-worship demonic sect, which had yet to rise, could contend with. After hundreds of people climbed on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, Tang Hongchang ordered them to head northwest. This heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle was a fulfillment realm heaven-piercing beast. It would take about half a day to reach its destination. As for their destination, it was called the Unmarked Common Graves. The Unmarked Common Graves could be considered a dangerous place. Once, a sect was established here. However, that sect was later annihilated. Tens of thousands of people from the sect were killed. Corpses piled up into mountains and rivers of blood flowed. As a result, the resentment energy there was extremely great, directly affecting the surrounding areas. Not a single blade of grass grew there, only a few dark creatures moving about there. Over time, that place became a dark and gloomy place with no sun and no moon. The Unmarked Common Graves happened to be the most ideal cultivation location for the moon-worship demonic sect. This was because the remnants of the moon-worship demonic sect could absorb the essence of the moon to cultivate. This time, the entire Northern Heavens Academy had mobilized. There were 4 people at the second level of the fulfillment realm, a dozen people at the first level of the fulfillment realm, and several hundred disciples at the 6th to 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian stood on the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Looking at the blood-red kill character in front of him, he revealed traces of killing intent. Although the random mission to kill Nalin Bing had already expired, he still had to help Mo Shui fulfill his wish. This Nalin Bing must be killed. The assassins from the underworld are probably still thinking about that Nalin Bing. This time, the operation to annihilate the moon-worship demonic sect might also be supported by the assassins from the underworld. Yi Xian thought in his heart. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to increase his strength. If he broke through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, he might not even need to use his trump cards to fight against fulfillment realm experts. At the same time, the Unmarked Common Graves was a very good place for him. Because it was pitch black here, in this kind of environment, his assassination state would be effective again. Riding on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, it took another half-day before they arrived at the Unmarked Common Graves. This Unmarked Common Graves is rather dark and will be quite troublesome. You guys should ride my heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle. Tang Hongchang directly rode on the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle and entered the Unmarked Common Graves. The Unmarked Common Graves wasn't large, and the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle would probably be able to explore it in 2 hours. However, since the moon-worship demonic sect had been hiding for so long, they should be hiding somewhere. Immediately, the Northern Heavens Academy scholars flew at a low altitude and used their spiritual senses to check every corner. Maybe one of the caves was the entrance to the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect. Yi Xian also held his breath and started to investigate. His eye of perception, spiritual sense, and killer instinct made his range of perception second only to Tang Hongchang, an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm. They wandered around for an hour, but didn't find anything. Could it be that we were played? Nalin Hao said with some astonishment. Impossible. During the interrogation, I poisoned them with the sex poison. Everyone's testimony is the same, there's no mistake. One of the scholars replied. At this moment, a figure was suddenly swept by the spiritual senses of the group of experts. There's someone. Nalin Hao gave a low shout and immediately rushed out. The Unmarked Common Graves was barren and rarely had people. Since this person appeared in the Unmarked Common Graves, he probably wasn't a simple person. He might even be a remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect. Not good. When the passing man saw the golden light in the sky, his expression changed and he immediately turned around and ran. Where are you running to? Nailan Hao rushed out from the shadows and instantly appeared in front of the man. Then he patted the man's shoulder with his large hands. Immediately, the man felt that the true qi in his body wasn't flowing smoothly. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nailan Hao was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. There was a difference of 3 realms. If Nailan Hao wanted to kill him, he would have become a corpse already. Where is the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect? Nailan Hao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Senior, what are you saying? I don't understand. The man pretended to be at a loss and asked. However, he didn't expect that Nailan Hao would grab his throat the moment he spoke. Don't talk nonsense with me. I've already sensed the devil vein in your body. If you don't speak, you'll die. Nailan Hao snorted coldly. His spiritual sense had already entered the man's body before he got close. If he wanted to, he could easily cripple the man's cultivation. Kill me if you want. This remnant of the moon-worship demonic sect had a backbone and spat out a few words with difficulty. I won't let you die so easily. Nailan Hao took out a bottle of liquid from his universe ring and forced it into the man's mouth, forcing him to drink it. Then he used his true qi and manifestation strength to urge the man to refine it. What did you give me? Chapter 12:15. What did you give me? Nailan Hao didn't answer the question. Instead, he waited for 2 seconds. The man was forced to consume the unknown substance. 2 seconds later, his mind started to fall into a trance. Where is the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect? Nailan Hao asked again. This time, the man was stunned for a second before he answered, Walk 10,000 miles to the west. There is a cave under a stone wall. But Nailan Hao nodded. He lifted the man onto the back of the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle and asked a few more questions. For example, how many experts were there in the moon-worship demonic sect, and whether the assassins from the underworld were there. There are a few assassins from the underworld here. There is only one in the fulfillment realm. As for the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect, there are 2 second-stage fulfillment realm experts and 5 first-stage fulfillment realm experts. The man answered. After hearing this, the faces of the experts from the Northern Heavens Academy sank. They never thought that the moon-worship demonic sect would rise so quickly. One of them had already died in the Northern Heavens Academy. They never thought that there would be 2 more. If they had acted together that day, the Northern Heavens Academy might have been finished. However, the moon-worship demonic sect couldn't figure out the Northern Heavens Academy at that time. They didn't know how many experts were there, so they cooperated with the underworld to investigate. Find someone to watch over him. If he makes any strange movements, kill him without mercy. Nailan Hao put a shackle on the dazed man and handed him to the others. The shackle sealed the man's true energy. He could only display strength at the 3rd stage of the Nether Passage realm. Anyone present could easily kill him. Since they already knew where the headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect was, it was time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, the heavenly golden cloud-splitting eagle arrived at the place mentioned by the man. Nailan Hao scanned with his spiritual sense and found a cave. The headquarters of the moon-worship demonic sect. Uldeen, what should we do? Nailan Hao asked. We don't know if there are other exits in this cave. If we kill our way in, we might fall into the enemy's trap. Tang Hongchang said. If we suddenly kill our way in, they shouldn't have set a trap, right? Nailan Hao frowned. That might not be so. 2 days have already passed. The moon-worship demonic sect still hasn't leave. They might be waiting for us. Therefore, you must be careful. After Tang Hongchang finished speaking, he glanced at the man and said, even if the moon-worship demonic sect set up a trap, they probably won't tell people of their level. It's better to be careful. Then let's look for the exit again? Nailan Hao asked. This time, Tang Hongchang did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. The remnants of the moon-worship demonic cult are extremely cunning. They might have more than one escape route. It's not possible to find all of them in a short time. So, let's just kill our way in. Tang Hongchang continued. In the end, they still decided to kill their way in. However, this did not mean that they were going to charge in with great fanfare. They were going to do it secretly. Alright, then I'll take the lead. Nalen Hao suggested. He was an expert at the second level of the fulfillment realm, and the moon worship demonic cult only had 2 experts at the second level of the fulfillment realm. If he was the vanguard, he would be able to kill all the experts who weren't at the fulfillment realm along the way. All right. Tang Hongchang nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, waves of aura suddenly rushed out of the catacombs. Be careful. Tang Hongchang and Nalen Hao were shocked. Northern Heavens Academy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A black-clothed old man slowly walked out. Behind him, there were hundreds of experts from the moon worship demonic cult. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Seeing this, Tang Hongchang and Nalen Hao's face sank. The moon worship demonic cult had not moved away after failing to attack the Northern Heavens Academy. They must have some kind of plan. Tell me your name. Nalen Hao said loudly. This old man is the current sect leader of the moon worship demonic cult, Fang Yuanqing. The black-clothed old man replied. Sect leader. When these 2 words fell into the ears of the experts of the Northern Heavens Academy, their bodies trembled. It seemed that the moon worship demonic cult wanted to fight with the Northern Heavens Academy this time. However, they did not know if the assassins from the underworld had come. Thinking of this, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were very cautious. If they were to compare, the Northern Heavens Academy had many more experts than the moon worship demonic cult. If they were to fight, the Northern Heavens Academy would definitely win. However, if the underworld also came, the result would not be certain. So, the assassins from the underworld are nearby? Nalen Hao immediately reacted. That's right. Before Nalen Hao's voice fell, another group of auras appeared. This group of assassins from the underworld were proficient in concealment. In addition, they had set up a formation beforehand. Even Tang Hongchang and Nalen Hao, who were at the second stage of the fulfillment realm, did not discover them. This time, the underworld had sent over 10 fulfillment realm experts. The person leading them was the scarred assassin who had kidnapped Nalen Jia. He was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. It seemed that the Northern Heavens Academy had fallen into the enemy's trap this time. This was indeed a trap. Don't worry. This time, we are going all out. Those people from the moon worship demonic cult all cultivate demonic arts. Our martial arts and treasures are specifically targeted at them. This battle will definitely be our victory. That's right. Almost all of us cultivate the righteous Yang scripture. As long as we use all of them, these remnants of the moon worship demonic cult will be burned to ashes in an instant. We just need to pay more attention to the assassins from the underworld. On the back of the heavenly gold cloud-splitting eagle, a group of old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy whispered to each other. However, the expressions of Nalen Hao and the others were not very good. If they could think of this, why couldn't the moon worship demonic cult? However, the people from the moon worship demonic cult were very calm. It was obvious that the assassins from the underworld were not their true reliance. At this time, Fang Yuanqing narrowed his eyes and quietly made a hand gesture to the people behind him. Form, Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation. In an instant, the experts of the moon worship demonic cult condensed their true chi and 10,000 elephant strength, forming a bright moon above their heads. A unique aura spread into the surroundings. These bright moons looked after each other. The experts of the moon worship demonic cult were also draped with a faint layer of silver gauze. At the same time, the white clouds in the night sky receded, revealing the real moon above their heads. This was a true bright moon, making the silver veil on the experts even thicker. The Great Demonic Moon Suppressing Yang Formation was a magical array that the moon worship demonic cult had spent 100 years researching. It was specifically targeted at the Northern Heavens Academy. At this moment, the effects of the Northern Heavens Academy's divine abilities and treasures were negligible. After seeing the actions of the experts of the moon worship demonic cult, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were shocked. Chapter 12:16. Originally, the Northern Heavens Academy was confident that they could easily kill the moon worship demonic sex experts as long as they dealt with the underworld's experts. However, the moon worship demonic sect unexpectedly had such a trick up their sleeve. The Northern Heavens Academy's advantage instantly decreased. No, if the underworld's assassins were included, the Northern Heavens Academy was already at a disadvantage. Nailan Hao, your current expressions are really interesting. The sect leader of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuanqing, laughed with a calm expression. Not only that, the moon worship demonic sect's people all revealed smiles. The Northern Heavens Academy was full of confidence just now, but now they were worried. There were even some who were trembling in anger. Their expressions were really interesting. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Nailan Hao said with a gloomy expression. He whispered, set up the formation. The moon worship demonic sect had the demonic moon suppressing sun great array, while the Northern Heavens Academy had quite a few sword arrays. Moreover, they knew that as long as they broke the demonic moon suppressing sun formation, victory would belong to them. Since that's the case, let's start the battle. Fang Yuanqing's expression sank as he prepared for a big battle. At this moment, the scarred man on the assassin's side suddenly shouted, "Wait!" "Scar, what's the matter?" Fang Yuanqing asked. Long ago, they had already discussed it. The moon worship demonic sect wanted to destroy the Northern Heavens Academy, while the underworld's assassins only wanted Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia. This was a mutually beneficial deal. I have a few words to say to Nailan Bing. The scarred man suddenly turned to look at Nailan Bing. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Lip reading. It's lip reading, analyze it for me. Yi Xian immediately used some super devouring crystals. Soon, he learned what the scar-faced man had said. This scarred assassin, let Nailan Bing go with him, then the underworld can withdraw from this battle. Yi Xian frowned as he thought. This was what he analyzed, but there was one sentence that he did not analyze because he was one step slower. Father, this scarred man let me go with him, then he can lead the other assassins from the underworld and withdraw from this battle. Nailan Bing whispered to Nailan Hao. Bing, when did you learn to read lips? Nailan Hao was very surprised. Nailan Bing had always lived in the Northern Heavens Academy and had never left. Within the Northern Heavens Academy, there wasn't a single person who knew how to read lips. However, Nailan Bing actually knew how to do it. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, ever since Nailan Bing was rescued, Nailan Hao felt that his daughter was a little strange. She was not the same as before. This change was so big that if Nailan Bing was not his daughter, Nailan Hao would not recognize her. I've read about it in a book. It's a common technique used by assassins in the underworld. Nailan Bing casually explained. He also said that Big Brother is very safe right now. However, a super expert has taken a fancy to us siblings and wants to take us as disciples. However, it's not convenient for him to show himself, so he entrusted it to the underworld. A super expert? Nailan Hao raised his eyebrows and said, this underworld palace's assassin is unscrupulous in order to complete his mission. You cannot trust him so easily. In his heart, because Nailan Bing had always been in the Northern Heavens Academy, she had never seen the world. Therefore, she would be easily deceived. Father, the reason why I was able to escape that day was because of that senior. He asked me to think about it. Nailan Bing continued. It's him? After this reminder, Nailan Hao immediately reacted. So this was the reason why Nailan Bing was kidnapped by a fulfillment realm assassin and luckily escaped. Otherwise, with Nailan Bing's realm, how could she break free from the shackles and escape from the hands of a fulfillment realm expert? Then why did someone want to kill you? Nailan Hao continued to ask. Maybe those low-level assassins did not know and wanted to capture me after seeing me on the road. Nailan Bing replied. Now, Nailan Hao was also deep in thought. Let the underworld palace's assassin wait first. We'll talk about this after we deal with the moon worship demonic sect. Tang Hongchang suddenly suggested. Okay, I'll discuss with him. Nailan Bing nodded, then turned to look at the scarred assassin and used lip language to communicate with him. Scar, what are you talking to her about? Fang Yuanqing asked in surprise. At this time, the scarred assassin and Nailan Bing just finished communicating. The former replied, I asked her to come with me so that she won't be accidentally injured in the battle, but she didn't agree. Okay, since that's the case, then let's do it. Things might change if we delay. Fang Yuanqing did not think much about it. Father, the scarred assassin said that they can wait and talk about it later. Nailan Bing reminded. But hearing this, Nailan Hao's eyes lit up. As long as the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, then even if the moon-worship demonic sect had the demonic moon-sun suppression array, they would definitely not be a match for the Northern Heavens Academy. Of course, the Underworld Palace's assassins were unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Therefore, their words could not be trusted. Maybe they just agreed verbally, and when the Northern Heavens Academy fought with the moon-worship demonic sect, they would suddenly appear and severely injure the Northern Heavens Academy. Scar, do it. Fang Yuanqing could not wait any longer and hurriedly said. As his voice fell, everyone from the moon-worship demonic sect attacked. Kill! Tang Hongchang also gave the order. In the next moment, everyone from the Northern Heavens Academy attacked together. A great battle broke out. Tripartite sword formation. The scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy formed groups of 3 and attacked with the tripartite sword formation. The Fulfillment Realm academicians all rushed out. Even the heavily injured Elder Lu did the same. On the Northern Heavens Academy's side, there were a total of 4 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts. The moon-worship demonic sect only had 2. If the Underworld Palace's assassins did not help, the Northern Heavens Academy could crush the moon-worship demonic sect. In the blink of an eye, both sides started to fight. The Northern Heavens Academy's experts fought while guarding against the Underworld Palace's assassins. The moon-worship demonic sect's side was very surprised. They were surprised that the Underworld Palace's assassins were indifferent. Scar, what are you doing? Fang Yuanqing immediately shouted. Sorry, there's a change in the cooperation. The scarred assassin's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately ordered the Underworld Palace's assassins to block the retreat of the moon-worship demonic sect's experts. Scar, what did you say? Fang Yuanqing panicked. In the original plan, the moon-worship demonic sect and the Underworld Palace worked together to eliminate the Northern Heavens Academy. This way, the moon-worship demonic sect could develop steadily, and the Underworld could capture Nailan Jie and Nailan Bing. But now, why did the Underworld Palace suddenly change sides? The Underworld Palace's assassins are a bunch of trash. Fang Yuanqing cursed in his heart. At this time, he remembered the scene of Scar and Nailan Bing communicating with their lips. Chapter 12:17. Now, Fang Yuanqing had 10,000 what the fucks galloping through his heart. Originally, they could have destroyed the Northern Heavens Academy. Now, it seemed that they were in danger of being destroyed. Scar, CK your mother. Fang Yuanqing finally scolded. My mother was killed by me 30 years ago. If you want, go find her grave. Scar suddenly replied. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Scar actually killed his own mother with his own hands. This was a little shocking. However, there were many such examples, so they were not surprised. Scar, you don't need to do anything. Our Northern Heavens Academy's matter will be dealt with by ourselves. Nailan Hao shouted. Now that the Northern Heavens Academy had crushed the moon-worship demonic sect, they did not need the help of the Underworld. In fact, Nailan Hao was afraid that the Underworld would interfere, so he did not want them to interfere. Up to you. Scar did not intend to interfere in this battle. He only ordered his subordinates to set up defenses to prevent the moon-worship demonic sect from escaping. At this time, Yi Xian in the Northern Heavens Academy was already full of killing intent. This battle would not last long, at most half a minute. If he used the Sword Storm, he would accidentally injure the Northern Heavens Academy's disciples. Moreover, he could not use skills like the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash because Nailan Bing was nearby. Fortunately, when he was in the state of assassination, his combat strength was already invincible under the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, even if he used the Northern Heavens Academy's high-grade ethereal opening divine ability, the Taiji sword art, he would still be able to annihilate the moon worship demonic sect. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's killing intent was soaring. A few seconds ago, his killing intent was still 0. Now, it had increased to the point where he could use the killing intent explosion. There was still a 10,000-word blood letter in his devouring space. As long as he devoured it, he could obtain a large amount of killing intent. Of course, devouring weapons that had killed many people could also obtain killing intent. Let me see the power of your killing intent. All of a sudden, Yi Xian gathered a surge of true energy and 10,000 mammoths power and ruthlessly swung his sword at a 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert of the moon worship devil cult. Killing intent explosion. This slash not only contained genuine chi and the all creation's force, but also a new type of energy, killing intent. His attack, infused with killing intent, multiplied its power. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this 9th-level Nether Passage realm moon worship demonic cult expert. What? This 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert of the moon worship demonic cult was stunned for a moment before his head was chopped off by this Taiji sword that had broken through the great formation of the demonic moon. A single sword strike was enough to instantly kill a 9th-level Nether Passage martial artist who was 2 levels higher than him. If he used the peerless flame dragon slash again, he might even be able to threaten a fulfillment realm expert. The eruption of killing intent is indeed powerful. Yi Xian laughed heartily. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to devour the 10,000-word blood letter, then use Bladestorm and Slaughter Feast to kill everyone. If he did that, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy were pretty good. Killing indiscriminately wasn't his style. The Northern Heavens Academy and the moon worship demonic cult had already started a chaotic battle. The fulfillment realm experts had also risen to the sky to fight, while those below that were fighting on the ground. The moon worship demonic cult also had many geniuses who could challenge those above their level. However, compared to Yi Xian, these geniuses were simply weak chickens. Fang Yuan, go and kill Nailin Bing. Suddenly, a fulfillment realm expert of the moon worship demonic cult made a gesture to a youth below. The original ambush plan was flawless, and the Northern Heavens Academy had also fallen into their trap. However, with the betrayal of the underworld, the moon worship demonic cult had fallen into a crisis. The underworld's target was Nailin Bing. Therefore, the moon worship demonic cult couldn't let them succeed. Alright. A moon worship demonic cult youth understood and immediately retreated. Then he circled around the crowd and rushed towards Nailin Bing, who was behind the Northern Heavens Academy. The target is me? How naive. Nailin Bing coldly snorted in her heart. If it was before her awakening, she might not be able to defeat this 9th-level Nether Passage realm genius of the moon worship demonic cult. However, after her awakening, she also had the ability to challenge those above her level. Be careful. Nailin Hao, who was above her, felt the aura and hurriedly shouted. The genius of the moon worship demonic cult who rushed towards Nailin Bing was called Fang Yuan. He was the grandson of the moon worship demonic cult's sect leader, Fang Yuanqing. At the same time, he was also the #1 genius of the moon worship demonic cult. Fang Yuan's talent was similar to that of the Northern Heavens Academy's eldest senior brother, the jade-faced scholar Nailin Jia. He was in his early 20s and was already attempting to break through to the fulfillment realm. In Fang Yuanqing's eyes, Fang Yuan's strength was enough to kill Nailin Bing and take revenge for the betrayal of the underworld. However, how would they know that Nailin Bing was a reincarnator? Reincarnators were all reincarnation realm experts in their previous lives. In their eyes, fulfillment realm experts were just ants. How could a mere 9th-level Nether Passage realm expert threaten Nailin Bing? I've heard that there's a talented girl in the Northern Heavens Academy. That must be you. You're all so shockingly beautiful, but it's a pity that you're going to die today. A voice rang out as Fang Yuan madly ran towards Nailin Bing. Junior sister, be careful. 3 old scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy gathered together and formed a tripartite sword formation to intercept Fang Yuan. Righteous Yang scripture, blazing sun burns the heavens. The 3 old scholars were all unleashing their most powerful moves, causing numerous small suns to appear, formed from true energy and the power of myriad mammoths. The light of these 3 small suns shone on Fang Yuan's body, causing the moon veil on his body to become thinner. However, Fang Yuan was still at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Furthermore, he was someone that the moon worship demonic cult had focused on nurturing. How could he be so easy to deal with? Devil Moon Head, Moon will slash. Fang Yuan finally made his move. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and a crescent moon slash flew towards the 3 old scholars. So strong. Junior brothers, block with all your strength. The 3 old scholars' faces sank as they each displayed their strongest attacks. However, they were unable to block this attack. Bang! 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 The 3 old scholars were all sent flying. Fortunately, they were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Otherwise, they would have died under this attack. Fang Yuan sent the 3 old scholars flying with a single slash. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after them. Instead, he swept towards Nailin Bing. Die. If you want to blame someone, blame the underworld. Fang Yuan muttered as he slashed his sword once again. In his heart, even 3 old scholars of the same level wouldn't be his opponent when they formed a formation. Nailin Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. How could she block his sword? Chapter 12:18. Is that so? Nailin Bing's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, she flicked the long sword in her hand and passed through Fang Yuan like a ghost. A crisp sound was heard, but no one knew where it came from. Drip! Blood was dripping from Nailin Bing's long sword. Nailin Bing had not participated in the battle since the beginning. She had been under the protection of the 3 old scholars. Where did this drop of blood come from? Junior sister? The 3 old scholars opened their eyes wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Originally, they were worried about Nailin Bing's safety. However, after seeing Fang Yuan's neck slowly split open, they were shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. Fang Yuan, the genius of the moon worship demonic sect who had sent the 3 of them flying, had his head chopped off by Nailin Bing's sword. How was this possible? Plop! The head of the number 1 genius of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, fell to the ground. The sound reverberated, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Among these people, there were people from the Northern Heavens Academy and the moon worship demonic sect. There was no lack of experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, none of them had seen Nailin Bing's movements clearly. Killing the number 1 genius of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuan, with a single strike. Even the jade-faced scholar, Nailin Jia, could not compare to this strength. When did Nailin Bing become so strong? However, among the people present, there was one person who had seen Nailin Bing's movements clearly. That person was Yi Xian. As expected of a reincarnate. You have some skills. Yi Xian sized up Fang Yuan from the corner of his eyes as he fought. Among the people present, he was probably the only one who knew about Nailin Bing's background. As for Scar, he might not know either. At this moment in the sky, Fang Yuan, the sect leader of the moon worship demonic sect, Fang Yuanqing, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Fang Yuan was the focus of the moon worship demonic sect's cultivation. However, he was challenged and killed in a single strike. This must be a dream. However, the pain on Fang Yuanqing's body made him realize that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan was indeed killed in an instant. What happened to Bing? She has become even stronger than Ajia. Nailin Hao was shocked. Ever since he rescued Nailin Bing, he felt that his daughter was very strange. Now that he saw this scene, he began to suspect that his daughter was not someone else's fake daughter. Right? Could it be because of that super expert? A possibility flashed through Nailin Hao's mind. He estimated that this super expert was at least at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the fulfillment realm or even higher. In order to make Nailin Bing compromise, He first passed on some things to her. That must be it, Nailan Hao thought to himself. Since Nailan Bing's strength had increased so much that even Fang Yuan had died at her hands, Nailan Hao was no longer worried. After all, the fulfillment realm experts were all fighting in the air and were suppressed by them. Everyone, let's destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. At this time, Nailan Hao suddenly shouted. All right. The other Northern Heavens Academy's academicians shouted in response. In the next moment, Nailan Hao took out a large amount of treasures from his interspatial ring. Kill character formula. Mountain River treasure map. All the academicians took out their treasures. Although some of these treasures were not in the top 10, when used on the moon worship demonic sect experts, it was very terrifying. In an instant, the moon veil on the moon worship demonic sect experts quietly collapsed. Not only that, but even their demon veins were suppressed by a third. Their combat strength was reduced by a third in an instant. The moon worship demonic sect was originally at a disadvantage. Now that they were shocked, their fighting spirit was completely gone. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's go. Fang Yuanqing made a prompt decision and turned around to run. The rest of the moon worship demonic sect experts also realized that they were in trouble and retreated while fighting. Moon worship demonic sect, now you know how powerful we are. Tang Hongchang laughed loudly and took the lead to chase after them. Now was the chance to beat them while they were down. At this time, more than half of the remaining moon worship demonic sect members were killed. Only half of them were left. The remaining people were already unable to move when the Northern Heavens Academy's treasures appeared. Then, they were instantly killed by the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. In the blink of an eye, the entire moon worship demonic sect only had a dozen fulfillment realm experts left. Moreover, these experts were fleeing while covering their heads. As the moon worship demonic sect experts were retreating, the underworld assassins led by Scar intercepted them. Scar, I'll *CK your ancestors. Fang Yuanqing couldn't help but curse. The winner takes all. Just admit it. The scar-faced man said slowly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Fang Yuanqing shouted and launched an attack at the scar-faced man. Just with your current strength? The scar-faced man showed a disdainful expression. At this time, the moon worship demonic sect experts were shocked by the treasures and had less than 70% of their strength left. What was there to be afraid of? Bang! The two true chis collided, and Fang Yuanqing's attack instantly turned into nothingness. At the same time, the Northern Heavens Academy experts chasing after the moon worship demonic sect members also used the same magical power. Righteous Yang Scripture, Blazing Sun Convergence. The small suns above the heads of the dozen fulfillment realm experts all converged above Tang Hongchang's head and merged together. The small sun above Tang Hongchang's head expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to a radius of 20 meters. Moon worship demonic sect, die. Tang Hongchang's eyes flickered, and the small sun above his head burst out a dazzling light. This light directly shone on the backs of the moon worship demonic sect members. ZZZ. The backs of the moon worship demonic sect members all began to burn, including Fang Yuanqing, who was at the second stage of the fulfillment realm. No, Fang Yuanqing screamed in pain. He knew that this time, they were done for, but he was unwilling to accept that the moon worship demonic sect would be destroyed just like this, and at the hands of his sworn enemy, the Northern Heavens Academy. Hundreds of years ago, the moon worship demonic sect was destroyed once, and after hundreds of years of struggling at death's door, they finally rose from the ashes. But now, they were destroyed again. Huff huff huff. In just a breath, Fang Yuanqing and the others were burned to ashes. The moon worship demonic sect was finally destroyed. However, Fang Yuanqing had already arranged everything before this. Simply speaking, the moon worship demonic sect members were not all dead yet. They would hide and fight with the Northern Heavens Academy in the future. After seeing this scene, the people of the Northern Heavens Academy revealed gratified smiles. They finally took revenge for the Northern Heavens Academy experts who had died. At the same time, they also knew that the moon worship demonic sect was still alive, but they could no longer threaten them.